Chapter 2545. Du Xiaofu pondered as he traveled. Even if he had to use his Qiankuan bag to exchange for the lives of the general and the others from the devil religion, he would still hand it over without hesitation. Even if he was worried that this would pose a greater threat to the upcoming calamity, many things were not as important as friendship. Yu Province. With Du Xiaofu's full strength, it did not take long for them to enter the Yu Province. This place was not far from the Snow Spirit Mountain. After Du Xiaofu appeared from the spatial tunnel, he paused in the void for a moment. Looking in a direction, he tore open another spatial crack and entered it. Time passed slowly. After another half a day, he finally saw a boundless snowy mountain in front of him. Is this the Snow Spirit Mountain? The purple-robed figure stood in the air, looking at the scene in front of him. This was a huge mountain range with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. He could not see the end of it. The mountain range was winding and continuous, and it couldn't be considered steep. What covered it was not soft white snow, but solid ice that shone with a cold light. It was like the sharpness of a weapon. Under the sunlight, a dazzling light shot into his eyes. It was cold like a diamond. This was a monotonous world. Other than solid ice, it was difficult to find anything else. The bone-chilling cold was the main theme here. Even the people's divine souls were affected. His primordial spirit power spread out, but it seemed to be frozen. Compared to the outside world, the area covered was more than half. Even with Du Xiaofu's strength, he was greatly affected. I don't know where they are. Du Xiaofu descended from the sky and stepped into the Snow Spirit Mountain. With such a large area, if he only relied on his primordial spirit power to search, it would take a lot of time. If he wanted to know the whereabouts of the general and the others or the 9 demon emperors, it would be better to enter directly. It would be faster to ask from the living beings here. Du Xiaofu's speed was incomparably fast, and the endless ice ground quickly swept past his feet. While moving forward at an extremely fast speed, he also spread out the power of Essence Soul with all his might. Some life fluctuations were reflected back. In a place thousands of miles away there were traces of some people. In just a short moment, Du Xiaofu had already arrived at a mountain pass. Here, there were over 20 people from 2 forces confronting each other. They seemed to be fighting over something. Swords were drawn and bows were bent, and the murderous aura was thick. There's a treasure. At the first possible moment, Du Xiaofu had already noticed that there was a sparkling and translucent flower growing at the center of the call. It was pure white like snow and was in the shape of a white lotus. Waves of faint and elegant aura entered his nostrils, causing him to feel refreshed. Even the circulation of the profound energy in his body became smoother. It's actually a panacea. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows in surprise. From the aura emitted by the white lotus, he could tell that it was indeed a saint herb. He appeared high up in the sky and then descended into the valley. Someone else is here. Du Xiaofu's appearance naturally attracted the attention of the people below. Someone could not help but speak up. Kid, who are you? Are you here to fight with my Heavenly Wolf sect for this Ice Soul Snow Lotus again? I advise you to get lost. Don't have any ideas about this Ice Soul Snow Lotus. This is not a place where anyone can interfere. Don't lose your life. In the 2 forces, a middle-aged man with a full beard stared at Du Xiaofu and scolded. Looking at Du Xiaofu's young appearance, the man's eyes were filled with disdain. Humph, Lu de Bang, you're too arrogant. Opposite the man, an old woman of about 50 sneered. She pointed the long sword in her hand at the bearded man and said, Do you really think this Snow Spirit Mountain belongs to your Heavenly Wolf sect? The Ice Soul Snow Lotus is a heavenly treasure. It belongs to whoever can obtain it. As the old woman spoke, she glanced at Du Xiaofu and continued, If this friend is strong enough, the Ice Soul Snow Lotus will be taken by him. My Wanshui sect will not object. But if your Heavenly Wolf sect wants it, you'll have to go through my Wanshui sect first. Chong Ryu, don't just talk. If you have the guts, let's fight. The man called Lu De Bang by the old woman took a step forward and stared at the old woman with murderous intent. He held a large saber in his hand and leaned it on the ground. It was as tall as his shoulder. I don't have the guts, but I think you, Lu De Bang, should have the same. The old woman coldly snorted and mocked. Lu De Bang was furious. He raised the large saber in his hand and was about to fight to the death. However, his movements were interrupted by Du Xiaofu's words. That's enough. Du Xiaofu spoke. I'm not too interested in the Ice Soul Snow Lotus. You only need to tell me one thing and I'll leave immediately. His main purpose in coming here was to help the general, Ghost Child and the others. He did not want to waste too much time over a single stalk of the Ice Soul Snow Lotus. Sacred medicine may be rare, but the desolate country did not lack it. Then again, there should be more than one sacred medicine in the Snow Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, there would not be so many forces here in search of opportunities. After rescuing the general and the others and driving away the 9 demon emperors, there would be plenty of time to slowly search. Due to the anxiety in his heart, Du Xiaofu's words seemed to be domineering and insolent, even carrying a somewhat commanding tone. However, this attitude infuriated the Heavenly Wolf sect. Kid, are you talking to me? Lu De Bang suddenly raised his eyebrows and spoke in a cold voice. The purple-robed youth looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. The aura he emitted was only at the martial honor level. Compared to his initial domain level, the difference was like heaven and earth. Such a weak guy actually dared to use such a tone to speak to him. This was simply courting death. Not to mention the burly man, even the old woman from the Wanshui sect looked uncomfortable. However, he didn't stupidly say harsh words like Lu Daguang did. After a slight glance, he looked at Du Xiaofu with a suspicious look. At the same time, she waved her hand to stop the 10 young disciples behind her from attacking. If this youth dared to speak in such a manner, he probably had a certain level of confidence. Since Lu De Bang had taken the initiative to jump out, why not let him test the waters first? You're testing my patience. Lu De Bang's arrogant attitude angered Du Xiaofu. He flicked his sleeves and a golden light burst out. Magnificent energy surged out and swept toward Lu Daguang. In an instant, Lu De Bang felt as if his chest had been smashed by a sledgehammer. His internal organs were in a state of turmoil. His body flew backwards and smashed into an ice mountain dozens of miles away. With a loud boom, the entire ice mountain exploded and turned into countless ice shards that filled the sky. In an instant, Lu De Bang's figure was covered by this scene and disappeared without a trace. This scene shocked the remaining 20 people from the Heavenly Wolf sect and the Wanshui sect. These people all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was as if something was stuck in their throats and they could not speak for a long time. They were all clear about Lu De Bang's cultivation. He was a genuine martial domain level. Although he was only at the initial domain level in the entire Kyushu, he was definitely a top expert. However, the purple-robed youth in front of them had casually waved his hand, and Lu De Bang did not even have the chance to resist. Master! Sect leader! After a long time, the 10 or so young disciples from the Heavenly Wolf Manchu recovered from their shock. However, in front of Du Xiaofu, they did not dare to check on Lu De Bang's condition. They did not know if he was still alive at this moment. This kind of cultivation is at least at the world domain level. The old woman from the Wanshui sect was also extremely shocked. Her body could not help but tremble. In her heart, she was incomparably glad. Fortunately, she had been careful and was not like that idiot Lu De Bang who did not have any foresight at all. He was simply asking for it and could not live. While everyone was still in shock, Du Xiaofu spoke again. Can any of you tell me if you know where the elders of the Middle Province Tianwu Academy are? Du Xiaofu asked. With Lu De Bang as an example, No one dared to underestimate this purple-robed youth at this moment. No one dared to ignore his question anymore. Middle Province Tianwu Academy? Without waiting for the others to speak, the old woman from the Wanshui sect spoke first. My lord, this old one does not know about this matter. As she spoke, her heart was thumping violently. She was afraid that the young man from before would attack her in the spur of the moment. After all, her answer did not provide any useful information to the other party. When facing such an expert, one had to be careful, and even more so, one could not lie. Otherwise, one would really die a horrible death. Seeing that she did not seem to be lying, Du Xiaofu changed the topic and asked, Then do you know the whereabouts of the people from the devil religion? The 9 demon emperors were targeting the general and the others. As long as he could obtain their whereabouts, he would be able to achieve his goal. Devil religion. The old woman's heart trembled. She leaned over and said to Du Xiaofu, This old one does know a little about this matter. I heard that the 9 demon emperors of the devil religion gathered at the Snow Spirit Mountain 2 days ago and seemed to be searching for someone. Where did they go? Du Xiaofu asked. This old one heard that they went to the Cold Wave Ice Cave in the depths of the Snow Spirit Mountain. The cave of an ancient expert has appeared there. The old woman's attitude was incomparably respectful. Then, she added, however, this old one has never seen anyone from the devil religion. This is only hearsay. I do not know if it is true or false. Cold Wave Ice Cave? Du Xiaofu repeated the name of this place. He was not familiar with this place, and had no way of knowing about it. So, he asked again, Do you know where it is? My lord, this place is 9 million miles north. This old one has not been there specifically. I heard that many Sage Realm experts have gathered there. It is not a place that we can set foot in, the old woman said. Her cultivation was only at the same level as Lu Dachong. How could she have the courage to go to the Cold Wave Ice Cave to compete for the inheritance and treasures of an ancient expert? That was tantamount to snatching food from the mouth of a tiger under the eyes of a Sage Realm expert. Only people who did not want to live would do that. Du Xiaofu nodded. Without another word, he turned around and flew into the distance. It was good that he had a general direction. It would be much easier to find the general's group. He would not have to wander around aimlessly like a headless fly. Following Du Xiaofu's departure, the 20 over people in the valley heaved a sigh of relief. A few disciples of the Skywolf sect quickly ran into the distance to search for Lu Dachong, who had been sent flying. To think that such a young person would possess such terrifying strength. I was really afraid that he would make a move on us. Even the sect leader was unable to withstand it. If it was me, I would definitely have died. This kind of person is definitely not a nobody. I wonder which sect he is from. The remaining members of the Skywolf sect and Wanshui sect began to discuss among themselves. This person is looking for someone from Tianwu Academy in the central region. He must be related to Tianwu Academy. Furthermore, he is trying to find out the whereabouts of the devil religion. The devil religion is such a terrifying existence. Most people would only be courting death if they went up against it. That might not be the case. There are many powerful factions that do not fear going up against the devil religion. For example, the Desolate Country. The Desolate Country is a colossus. It is not something that people like us can come into contact with. I wonder which faction that person is from. Everyone was trying to guess Du Xiaofu's identity, but they did not have many leads. However, not long after, the old woman from the Wanshui sect suddenly slapped her forehead and said in shock, He can't be. Who could it be? The others were curious. They did not know who she was thinking of that would make her so flustered. Demon King. Du Xiaofu. The old woman said in a trembling voice. I heard that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, likes to wear purple robes. He is extremely young and was once a student of Tianwu Academy. He is also an enemy of the devil religion. All of this matches that person just now. Could it really be him? Someone speculated. The moment these words were spoken, the others felt an indescribable sense of fear. At this moment, the few disciples from the Sky Wolf sect who had fled into the distance returned. 2 of them carried a person who seemed to be on the verge of death. Needless to say, this person was Lu Dachong. At this moment, his clothes were tattered and scarlet blood covered his entire face. The aura on his body was dispirited and weak. He looked extremely miserable. The sect master of the Sky Wolf sect looks so miserable. Someone said softly in the Wanshui Munchu. Everyone from the Wanshui sect rejoiced at their new lease on life, and patted their chests in fear. Fortunately, they did not provoke the Demon King. Otherwise, their fates would not be any better than Lu Dachong's. This Ice Soul Snow Lotus belongs to my Wanshui sect. The old woman walked to the side of the Ice Soul Snow Lotus and plucked it, storing it in her Qiankuan bag. The members of the Heavenly Wolf sect could only watch her actions with wide eyes. Let's go. In the Sky Wolf Munchu, a manager waved his hand and led the disciples away. The sect master of the Sky Wolf sect was heavily injured and did not have the strength to compete with the Wanshui sect. It was already good that the other party did not take the opportunity to kill them. Chapter 2546. Snow Spirit Mountain was a frozen world, giving off an unusually monotonous feeling. Du Xiaofu headed towards the deepest part of the mountain alone, rushing towards the Frost Wave Ice Cave at the fastest speed possible. Along the way, he discovered the figures of many living beings. He also descended and asked a group of people about the movements of the devil religion and the general. After confirming that the old woman from the Wanshui sect was telling the truth, he did not delay any further and directly entered the spatial tunnel, rushing over. It's about time. After a period of time, Du Xiaofu appeared from the spatial tunnel, standing high in the sky. In this ice mountain region, he saw more and more living beings, and most of them were gathering in one direction. There was no need to think, their target was definitely the Frost Wave Ice Cave. Divine power swept across some people, and he actually discovered many familiar existences. However, he was not too familiar with them, and Du Xiaofu was in a hurry, so he did not go over to greet them. After traveling for several tens of thousands of miles, a vast and boundless ice plain appeared in Du Xiaofu's sight. This plain stretched as far as the eye could see, as if there was no end in sight. The ice ground was clean and smooth, like a huge mirror, incomparably flat. If there were playful children here, they would definitely be able to slide a considerable distance with a dash on the ice surface. And here, he saw even more living beings. The various factions were independent of each other, maintaining their own formations as they advanced. Among these people, Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. There was Yu Jing Tongxian from the Heavenly Music sect in the Cloud region, Bailey Wuya from the Golden Spear sect in the Ning region, Mu Jianchen from the Saiman Sword sect in the Shang region, Mu Qingge from the Thunder Fortress in the Thunder region, and so on. These factions could be considered friendly with each other. At this moment, they were gathered together, as if discussing something. I didn't expect that the Frost Wave Ice Cave would actually attract all of them. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. The Heavenly Music sect, the Golden Spear sect, the Saiman Sword sect, and the others were all top-notch existences in the land of the 9 prefectures. Other than a few secluded clans, there were very few who were stronger than them. Presently, the Great Tribulation was getting closer and closer, and everyone was making preparations for it. They were thinking of ways to gather various resources, and they would absolutely not complain about having more fortuitous encounters and treasures. It was precisely because of this that the Snow Spirit Mountain attracted many Saint Stage experts. The General, Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, and the others must have had the same plan. They only wanted to have more means to protect themselves and even defeat the demon god in the Great Calamity. Rock Emperor. Du Xiaofu's appearance was also noticed by everyone. Mu Jianchen, whose robe was embroidered with sword patterns, greeted Du Xiaofu from afar. Rock Emperor! Yujing Tongxian, Bailey Wuya, Mu Qingge, Feng Wuxie, Lian Wushang, and the others also rushed out and surrounded Du Xiaofu after seeing Du Xiaofu. Everyone, it's been a long time. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists at everyone and nodded to greet the others. I didn't expect you to also come. Mu Jianchen said with a smile, somewhat happy. This is great. With you here, you can be considered as the backbone of everyone. We can have a hard battle with the devil religion, and we don't need to fear them. Bailey Wuya stepped forward and looked at Du Xiaofu with burning eyes. Du Xiaofu looked at him and was about to ask about this matter, but Bailey Wuya mentioned it first. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but ask, I just arrived here because of the devil religion. I came here in a hurry, so I don't know the specific situation. We also just arrived here not long ago. It is said that the inheritance of hidden snow heaven sage has appeared, but all the creatures are blocked outside by the devil religion. They can't enter the cold wave ice cave. Mu Qingge said. The people of the devil religion are too hateful. The 9 devil emperors have come together and occupied the entrance to the cold wave ice cave. The strongest among us is only at the early stage of the sage realm. We are not their match. If we can't break this situation, the heavenly sage's inheritance will eventually fall into the hands of the devil religion. A young man with long hair loosely draped over his shoulders clenched his fists and said angrily. This person's cultivation was at the level of the great domain. It was quite far from the sage realm, so Du Xiaofu didn't know him. At this time, Mu Jianchen continued, moreover, I heard that some people have already entered the cold wave ice cave. After the devil religion occupied the entrance, they didn't come out. I don't know if they have encountered any mishaps. That's right. It is said that some people from the Desolate Country and Tianwu Academy have also entered. I don't know their current situation. Yujing Tongxian stepped forward and said, We are discussing how to break through the outer defense of the devil religion and enter the cold wave ice cave to help them. Du Xiaofu frowned when he heard this and said anxiously, People from the Desolate Country have also come? Who are they? Sure enough, it was as he had thought. Yilao and Murong Yuro had arranged for experts from the Desolate Country to come to the Snow Spirit Mountain. However, he didn't know who they were. Right now, they were surrounded by the devil religion along with the general and the others. He could only hope that nothing bad had happened. However, Du Xiaofu's question made the young experts shake their heads in unison. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel astonished. Logically speaking, they were familiar with the Desolate Country and should have met most of them. It was impossible for them to not recognize them. I only heard that they are from the Desolate Country. There are about 10 of them and they are all very young. Their cultivations are profound and have reached the sage realm. However, the strange thing is that we don't recognize any of them. I didn't expect the Desolate Country to be hiding so many experts. Bailey Wuya said and laughed bitterly in the end. Bailey Wuya's words made Du Xiaofu come to a sudden realization. Could it be Lu Limo and the others? Du Xiaofu's eyes shone. He was very sure of this conclusion. These young experts from the ancient desolate continent had left the divine temple to gain experience. It was reasonable for Yilao to arrange for them to be here. Moreover, when the ancient desolate fearsome grounds opened, very few people from the Heavenly Music Sect, Golden Spear Sect, Saman Sword Sect and the others entered. Only Mu Jianchen and Bailey Wuya had met before. However, they had never seen Feng Wuxie, Sun Qin and the others. It was not strange that they didn't recognize them. Great Rock Emperor, since you're already here, we'll listen to your orders from now on. As long as we don't let the people from the devil religion have an easy time, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate. The young man with disheveled hair stood up and said to Du Xiaofu, The entrance to the ice cave is dozens of miles away. With the deterrence of the demon emperors, we can't form a unified conclusion. However, it's different with you here. As long as you say the word, we will follow you and drink blood without any hesitation. Mu Jianchen said in a deep voice. A fierce aura was emitted from his body. The sword patterns on his robe seemed to come alive and let out a buzzing sound. Rock Emperor, please give the order. Rock Emperor, please give the order. Many experts surrounded Du Xiaofu and said in a gloomy voice. Even the leaders of the older generation of the major forces stood up and looked at Du Xiaofu with burning eyes. Du Xiaofu did not bother to be courteous with these people. His eyes flashed with coldness, and the words that came out of his mouth were filled with bone-chilling killing intent. There is only one way to deal with the people of the Devil sect: kill. Boom! In an instant, a vast aura burst out from his body and soared into the sky. It was like a whirlwind that swept past everyone present. However, such an aura did not make them feel oppressed or intimidated. Instead, it ignited the hot blood in their bodies. Their hearts were suddenly filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. Kill. Eradicate the evil. Kill the evil people from the devil religion. Kill. Kill. A group of people rushed out while howling. There were hundreds of people from various forces. They summoned their swords and sabers at the same time. They emitted different kinds of lights and charged into the depths of Snow Spirit Mountain. Du Xiaofu took the lead. His whole body was surrounded by purple-gold lightning. His pair of golden wings flapped rapidly, carrying a fierce and domineering aura. The distance of dozens of miles was covered in the blink of an eye under the feet of the experts. Soon, the crowd saw a large group of people from the devil religion. On the icy ground behind them, a pillar that seemed to be condensed by thick fog stood on the ground. It was hundreds of feet thick, and mysterious and obscure runes were winding around it. Du Xiaofu saw at a glance that it was a talisman array. As long as they stepped into the talisman array, they should be able to enter the ice cave. When Du Xiaofu and the others rushed into the talisman array, the people from the devil religion naturally noticed the arrival of this group of people. These cowardly people dare to provoke us. It's good that they're here. Kill them all. If it weren't for the Demon King's order to let us guard the entrance, I would have gone to kill them all. Looking at the newcomers, the people from the devil religion smiled gloomily. Some of the bloodthirsty people could not help but lick their lip. The weapons in their hands were glowing with killing intent. They could not wait to rush into the crowd and kill them all. Their operation this time was carried out by the 9 Demon Kings. In addition, almost half of the sect's elite forces had come. There were more than 30 Saint Stage cultivators. Other than those who were brought into the ice cave by the other 8 Demon Kings, there were 6 Saint Stage cultivators left. One of them was a Demon King. On the other hand, there were only a dozen Saint Stage cultivators on the other side. Such a force was not a match for them at all. The strength of a Demon King was enough to determine the overall strength of both sides. It was enough to tilt the devil religion's side. However, before they could rejoice, a figure in the crowd on the other side caused them to panic. Who's the leader? What a powerful aura! Oh no! Du Xiaofu. That's Du Xiaofu, the Demon King. Du Xiaofu. Why is he here? Looking at the purple-robed figure, some people's faces changed drastically. Chapter 2547. Lord 9 Demon Emperor, what should we do? Should we retreat into the ice cave? One of the devil religion's experts bowed to a tall and sturdy man beside him and asked. This man was surrounded by a black demonic radiance, and a powerful aura was naturally formed around him. It was terrifying. This man was the 9 Demon Emperor who had interacted with Du Xiaofu many times. However, when he saw Du Xiaofu appear, a trace of panic appeared in the Geo Demon Emperor's deep and pitch-black eyes. We can't afford to lose the entrance. Hurry up and inform the great Demon Emperor. With that kid here, I won't be able to stop him alone. At most, I can delay him for a while. If he enters the ice cave, he will obstruct our devil religion's plan. The 9-demon emperor immediately gave the order to inform the other 8 demon emperors. If it were just ordinary experts from the 9 prefectures, even if it was a group of people, with his strength, he would be able to stop them at the entrance with some of his followers. However, when Du Xiaofu appeared, he immediately lost his confidence. This subordinate will go right away. Hearing the 9 demon emperor's order, the devil religion's disciple immediately turned around and was about to enter the array to inform the other 8 demon emperors so that they could prepare a countermeasure. However, just as he took a step, he suddenly heard a faint voice ringing in his ears. There is no need to inform the great demon emperor and the others. I will look for them myself later. There is no need for you to make a trip. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a golden light flash in front of him. The demon king Du Xiaofu had already appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Then, a huge force came from his chest. When he looked down, he saw a hole in his chest. He could see the scene behind him through it. The hole expanded rapidly, growing larger and larger. It spread to every part of his body, and his body turned into a bloody mist. When the hole reached his head, the whole world disappeared from his eyes. He finally lost all consciousness. Du Xiaofu. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had killed the disciple who was under his command with a single move, the 9 demon emperor said hatefully. Zhu Wei moved and slapped Du Xiaofu with his palm. A huge palm print appeared in the sky. Demonic qi surged and space rumbled and trembled. With your strength, you are no longer my opponent. Du Xiaofu lightly shouted, and raised his right fist to meet the attack. He spat out 3 words like a sudden clap of thunder, tyrannical fist Wei. Boom! As soon as the fist and the palm qi, a loud rumble sounded. The golden light and demonic aura that filled the sky collided, entangled, and tore apart each other, erupting into a destructive energy storm. Waves of powerful energy ripples quickly spread out in all directions. Then, Du Xiaofu's fist continued to attack. It was as if it was made of metal, and it carried an unparalleled tyrannical power as it blasted towards the 9 demon emperor. The 9 demon emperor's palm could not withstand this powerful force at all. After a burst of cracking sounds, as Du Xiaofu's fist pushed forward, the palm of the 9 demon emperor exploded one by one, all the way to the shoulder. The fist that was shining with golden light turned slightly, drawing a curved trajectory, and finally smashed into the 9 demon emperor's chest. Ah! The 9 demon emperor let out a miserable howl. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. His body flew backward for dozens of miles before crashing into the icy ground in the distance, creating an extremely deep crater. The shattered ice shards flew in all directions, splashing in the air. Lord Demon Emperor! The people of the devil religion were shocked. This Du Xiaofu was too terrifying. He had heavily injured the 9 demon emperor with a single move. If this was the case, they would not be able to stop him from entering the ice cave. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Music sect, the Golden Spear sect, and the Saman Sword sect were all very excited. These forces had been blocked by the devil religion, and they had been suppressing a bellyful of anger for a long time. At this moment they were very satisfied with this outcome. Moreover, the devil religion was hostile to all living beings. It would bring great danger to this world, and no one could stay out of it. Seeing the 9 demon emperor being defeated by Du Xiaofu, and the existence of the Rock Emperor, gave them more confidence to face everything that was about to come, and the courage to fight the devil religion to the end. Du Xiaofu, you will die a horrible death. The 9 demon emperor crawled out of the ice pit and said hatefully. After saying that, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His right arm had completely disappeared, and there was a terrifying dent in his chest. Demonic qi gathered on the 2 wounds, repairing the wound on his chest. At the same time, it formed a new arm made of demonic qi. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Du Xiaofu replied coldly with extreme disdain. Although the 9 demon emperor was not weak, His current cultivation was not inferior to the great demon emperor and the second demon emperor. Naturally, he did not put the 9 demon emperor in his eyes. Du Xiaofu turned around and said to Yu Jing Tongxian, Mu Jianchen, and Bailey Wuya, all of you go into the ice pit first. After we have dealt with the 9 demon emperor, we will meet up with you later. Alright. Everyone agreed, and rushed towards the talisman array at the same time. Stop them. Whoever dares to take a step closer to the array, kill them without mercy. In the distance, the 9 demon emperor was flying back while shouting loudly. This time, the devil religion had made a move on a large scale, and what they were after was extremely important. As one of the 9 demon emperors, he naturally knew the reason. Because this was related to the complete recovery of the demon god. If these people barged into the ice pit, they might ruin the great demon emperor and the others' plans. At that time, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame even if he died 10,000 times. When the devil religion's disciples heard this, how could they dare to slack off? They all raised their swords and sabers, wanting to intercept Mu Jianchen and the others. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to take action. Otherwise, under the fury of the demon emperor, their fate would be worse than death. You people can't stop them. Mu Jianchen shouted as he brandished the long sword in his hand, piercing through the void. A terrifying true saint aura filled the air as countless sword rays rained down from the sky, following Mu Jianchen's movements. Fierce aura, accompanied by endless killing intent, surged in the air, and penetrated every opening. Some of the weaker disciples of the devil religion screamed miserably as they suffered heavy injuries under the rain of swords. Some were even minced into minced meat. Kill! Bailey Wuya, Mu Qingge, Feng Wuxie, and the others were not willing to be left behind. They waved their hands and attacked. After the suppression between heaven and earth disappeared, these people's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. They were the best of the younger generation and had already crossed the threshold of the true saint realm. Although they were not as abnormal as Du Xiaofu, they could still be considered as top experts. Although the 9 demon emperors of the devil religion had all come out, and there were more than 30 true saints who had come to the Snow Spirit Mountain, most of them had already entered the ice pit. In this place, other than the 9 demon emperors, there were only 5 true saints left. The 9 demon emperors were injured by Du Xiaofu, so their greatest threat was no longer present. Under the joint forces of the younger generation, the people of the devil religion were no match for them. They could only be defeated. Kill. Devil religion's people, don't let a single one of them go. Kill them all. Someone from the Kyushu's group roared. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Everyone shouted at the same time, and the weapons in their hands surged with terrifying energy radiance. All kinds of dazzling lights bloomed, wreaking havoc in this place. Terrifying energy intertwined, collided, entangled, and then transformed into countless mysterious runes that danced in the air, making this space seem like it was about to boil. Leave a few people to clean up the devil religion's people. We'll go in first. After wantonly slaughtering, the 5 true saints of the devil religion were seriously injured by the joint forces of several people, and they could no longer pose a threat. Mu Jianchen suddenly withdrew his sword and shouted at Bailey Wuya and Mu Qingge. Then, his figure flashed, and he jumped into the talisman array that seemed to be condensed by the thick fog, and disappeared. After the 3 people left, Yu Jing Tongxian, Feng Wuxie, Lian Wushang, Qiu Ruobai, and the others stayed behind to continue killing the people of the devil religion. 9 demon emperors, today is the day you die. Du Xiaofu shouted. His golden wings flapped, and his figure soared into the sky. His purple robe fluttered, and purple golden lightning circled around his body. Electric snakes swallowed and spat, bringing with them an awe-inspiring divine might. It was incomparably terrifying. His whole person looked like a god in the sky, revealing an extreme majesty. Vast pressure spread out in this place, ruthlessly suppressing the primordial spirits of the devil religion's people present. In an instant, those people of the devil religion who were being slaughtered felt a tremor, and their strength was greatly reduced in an instant. And this made it easier for Yu Zheng Tongxian and the others to attack. The current you can only be abused by me, but I have no interest in dawdling with you. You should just leave your life here. As soon as Du Xiaofu moved, the purple-gold heavenly tower appeared in his hand. The broad sword was raised above his head, and a powerful aura condensed and condensed. The four phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared, emitting frightening roars that shook the void. Such a powerful aura forced the 9 demon emperors to treat it seriously. Roar! He let out a violent roar, and the demonic chi surged crazily, forming a layer of flickering armor around his body, protecting his whole body. Roar of the sacred sword! Du Xiaofu shouted, and a sword ray that reached the heavens and the earth was condensed in his hand. Then, he slashed it toward the 9 demon emperors in front of him. The sword ray fell rapidly, and a several hundred-mile-long crack appeared in the void. Boundless power was vast and mighty, and it was like the roar of a demonic god, descending into the world, destroying everything in its path. The terrifying sword ray carried an unparalleled force, and it blasted directly on the 9 demon emperors' body. Terrifying energy spilled out, and it was as if it could split the heavens and the earth. It was as if it could destroy the demonic chi barrier around the 9 demon emperors' body, and it directly struck his body. Chapter 25:48. Ka. Under the effect of the sword light, a vast amount of energy rippled outwards. A huge gully appeared on the ice field, extending into the distance. The 9th demon emperor screamed in agony. Demon blood sprayed everywhere as his body was ruthlessly slammed into the icy ground below. His aura instantly withered. His chest had been slashed open. His flesh and blood were torn apart, revealing his beating organs. This sword strike had almost directly cut him into 2 halves. Du Xiaofu remained silent. His body shot out explosively, and the purple-gold heavenly tower was raised again. Take his life while he was down. He did not have much time to waste here. Dealing with this little grasshopper and entering the Han Lan ice cave to help the general and the others was the most important thing. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted. The celestial chi in the heavenly tower circulated crazily, flowing through all the meridians in his body. It gathered in his hands and then entered the purple-gold heavenly tower. Dazzling lightning appeared on the body of the broadsword, like many thin snakes coiling around it. A domineering aura rose, and the killing intent surged, filling the entire space. The purple-gold heavenly tower slashed down vertically. Everywhere it passed, the air was distorted, and circles of spatial ripples were produced, spreading to the surroundings. Staring at such an attack, the 9th demon emperor's demonic eyes were filled with despair. He tried his best to mobilize the last bit of chi in his body, turning it into waves of demon chi, forming a defense outside his body. But this time, the aura of the protective shield was much weaker than before. Just now, he had been severely injured by Du Xiaofu's sword, and it was almost fatal. What he was doing now would not be of any use at all. This made him feel even more hopeless. Looking at the purple-robed figure rapidly approaching, and the sword light gradually magnified in his eyes, the 9th demon emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, a ruthless intent rose in his heart. If you want me to die, I won't let you off so easily. He glared at Du Xiaofu and said through gritted teeth. This sentence seemed to have been squeezed out from between his teeth. Today's result was probably destined to be his death. Unless the great demon emperor and the others could appear in time to save his life. However, he knew that this situation was impossible. In a short moment, the 9th demon emperor had made a decision. Even if I can't die with you today, I will definitely injure you severely. Even if the great demon emperor can't kill you, the great Demon Emperor, one day, Lord Demon Emperor, one day, Demon God will kill you!" The 9 Demon Emperor shouted. Instead of retreating, he charged toward Du Xiaofu. After making the decision, the devil qi around his body also converged in the blink of an eye, and the Gang Qi shield dissipated. He actually gave up his defensive state and directly resisted Du Xiaofu's sword light with his physical body. However, the aura emitted from his body was soaring in a straight line. The 9th Demon Emperor's injured body suddenly swelled like a balloon. It was getting bigger and bigger, and it seemed like it was going to explode. "Are you trying to self-detonate so that you can die with me?" Seeing the 9th Demon Emperor's state, Du Xiaofu immediately understood his intention. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand did not change its momentum, and a disdainful look appeared on his face. He said coldly, "There are many people who want to drag me down with them before they die. However, you are far from being able to do that." Back in the Holy Temple, the Yu family's old emperor had also tried to self-detonate his cultivation when he was at the end of his rope. However, in the end, he could not do anything to him. The 9th Demon Emperor's cultivation was far from the Yu family's old emperor's. Du Xiaofu held the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand, and his figure flashed from where he was. Almost at the same time, he had already arrived in front of the 9th Demon Emperor. Before the 9th Demon Emperor could self-detonate, the broadsword slashed down on his head. Tyrannical Sword Wei. Following Du Xiaofu's shout, the purple-gold heavenly tower's brilliance surged. It carried an extremely tyrannical sharpness, and directly slashed the 9th Demon Emperor's body into 2 halves. The blade pierced through the 9th Demon Emperor's body. It was like piercing a balloon, and there was a bang sound. Woo-woo, a storm whistled and swept in all directions. The vast and mighty demonic energy swept towards the Kyushu forces and the disciples of the devil religion in the distance. It had already become less intense. With everyone's cultivation, they were able to easily resist it. When the storm that filled the sky completely dissipated, only Du Xiaofu's figure was left in the sky. The 9th Demon Emperor had already turned into ashes. His body and soul had been destroyed. Lord Demon Emperor. The people of the devil religion were horrified. They could not help but feel terrified. Even the 9th Demon Emperor's self-detonation was interrupted by Du Xiaofu. That young man in the purple robe was indeed the real Demon King. The Rock Emperor has killed the Demon Emperor. His martial prowess is unparalleled. The Rock Emperor has killed the Demon Emperor. His might has shaken the world. The powerhouses from the 9 prefectures all started to shout excitedly. Du Xiaofu did not pay too much attention to the cheers of the crowd. Instead, he turned around and rushed towards the huge pillar formed by the thick fog. That was the entrance to the ice cave. The situation inside was still unclear. He did not have time to waste here. At this time, the people of the devil religion present had been almost wiped out. It was not a problem to leave the rest to the forces from Kyushu. Kill! Kill all the people of the devil religion. Evil people of the devil religion, kill without mercy. Watching Du Xiaofu enter the array and disappear, the experts present once again burst into earth-shattering cheers. The followers of the devil religion had shown signs of defeat. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. Everyone attacked with all their might. Their auras were like rainbows as they charged towards the enemies. Their weapons were shining brightly like suns. They emitted all kinds of colors and were incomparably magnificent. It made the scorching sun in the sky seem dim. Kill! The cheers were still as loud as before. The experts from Kyushu felt as if they were suppressing a wave of resentment in their hearts. They had long known about the legend of the demon god. The impending calamity was like a nightmare that lingered in the hearts of all the living beings in this world. It made them feel uneasy and terrified at all times. Everyone knew in their hearts that no one could avoid such a calamity. Even behemoths like the 9 great families were unable to stay out of this matter, let alone relatively weaker forces like them. Therefore, they were full of energy and charged recklessly in the formation of the devil religion. Under the weapons, they kept reaping the lives of the people of the devil religion. Not long after Du Xiaofu left, the battle came to an end. The people of the devil religion at the entrance had been killed. Many of them did not even have a complete corpse left. Chapter 2549. Hanlin Ice Cavern. This was an independent space. There was no light at all, only darkness. Even the light emitted by cultivators using their cultivation did not have any place to adhere to. Once the light appeared, it was immediately distorted, completely absorbed by the ice layers everywhere. Even their own bodies could not be seen. What they saw was like an ordinary person without cultivation in the dark night. It was obviously very eerie and strange. In addition, the pervasive cold air constantly invaded one's physical body and spirit. There was nowhere to hide. Fortunately, those who could enter this place all had extraordinary strength. With the power of disregard, they could detect everything. In the depths of Hanlin Ice Cavern, there was a tall and majestic cave abode. It exuded an ancient aura and was completely made of solid ice. In the pitch-black space, no light was visible, as if a ghostly palace stood quietly. Outside this cave abode, snowflakes danced and circled continuously, like balls of goose feathers floating in the air. However, in the darkness, it was impossible to see with the naked eye. One could only sense with the empty spirit. Under the perception of the empty spirit, one could see that these goose feather-shaped snowflakes were not real snowflakes. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a mysterious power flowing on each snowflake. The patterns on the snowflakes were mysterious runes that carried extraordinary power. Countless snowflakes fluttered down, forming an extremely mysterious rune array. It blocked the footsteps of countless people, preventing them from entering. In the pitch-black space, it was not quiet at this moment. One could hear the voices of living beings. At the same time, there were also powerful energy waves howling in all directions, shaking the space and sweeping in all directions. Rumbling sounds were like the roar of a tsunami, rumbling and shaking. Clearly, a great battle was taking place here. I advise you to stop resisting stubbornly. Obediently hand over that thing, and I can spare your lives for the time being. In the darkness, a gloomy voice rang out. This voice was not deep, nor did it have a strong sense of dominance. It was even a little hoarse, with a hint of immaturity. After hearing it, one would feel an indescribable discomfort, giving one a very strange feeling. This feeling was similar to hearing a strange creature speak. It was indescribably horrifying. Not to mention that we don't know where the thing you want is. Even if we did, we wouldn't tell the people of the devil religion. Not to mention you devil emperors. A young voice responded. It could be heard that there was a sense of powerlessness in his voice, as if he had suffered a serious injury. People of the devil religion should be put to death. Even if we die today, we will never compromise. You want that thing? Dream on. Another woman's voice rang out in the dark space. It was very pleasant to the ears, but it also had a strong, unyielding charm. That item is either with them or in Tianwu Academy. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you refuse to hand it over. As long as you die, you will still fall into the hands of my devil religion. If we were in Tianwu Academy, it would have been razed to the ground by now. The horrifying voice from before said sinisterly. The information he revealed caused the attacks of the crowd to slow down. Clearly, he was astonished. Darned devil religion, how dare you lay your hands on our Tianwu Academy? One day, you will pay the price for your actions. Another young voice spoke, and rage and hatred could be heard in his voice. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them off. All of them must die here. The sinister voice spoke once more. His words sounded much more hurried, and one could feel an oppressive aura emanating from him. It was as though an unparalleled ferocious beast had descended, leaving one breathless. Why are you wasting your breath on the experts of the devil religion? Fight. The battle continued, and it became even more intense. Ferocious might gushed down like a tsunami, causing the entire space to tremble. Occasionally, a sharp glint could be seen before disappearing swiftly. That was the scene of spatial tears appearing and disappearing. However, with the occasional flicker of light, one could vaguely make out the faces of these people. The battlefield was split into two sides. On one side there were over 20 figures. There were both males and females, and all of them looked extremely young. These people were Tianwu Academy's General Gui Hua, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, Tang Wu, Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, Wu Kei, and Li Yuxiao. Other than that, there were also Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, Ji Qianyue, Feng Wuche, Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Lu Limo, Lu Mingma, Lu Yunma, and the number one hero from the ancient desolate continent's human race sacred palace. Altogether, there were a total of 19 people. As for the people on the other side, all of them were emitting billowing devil chi as they stood in the air. Every single one of them carried a terrifying evil aura. They were none other than the 9 devil emperors of the devil cult and the people they led. Among them, other than the 8 demon emperors who were the strongest, there were over 30 people who were at the sage realm. With so many experts taking action, even the desolate country would be shaken. One must know that the cultivation of the 8 demon emperors was simply too terrifying. Just by relying on them, they could wipe out all the experts here. There are too many experts from the devil religion. Today, I'm afraid none of us will be able to leave. The young man's voice sounded solemn. One could tell that the person who spoke was Ren Yuan, who had walked out of the ancient, desolate, fearsome lands. How long has it been since we left the human race? To think that we would be in such a predicament. When Brother Rock brought us out, I was still full of confidence. I was determined to make a name for myself in the outside world and bring glory to my Lu family. I didn't expect the situation in the outside world to be so complicated and terrifying. The people from the devil religion are so cruel and bloodthirsty. Lu Mingma said with a bitter smile, appearing to be very disappointed. Just as he said, they were all geniuses of the human race in the ancient, desolate, fearsome land. Their aptitude was extraordinary, and they had always been regarded as the hope of the human race. Before coming to the outside world, which one of them wasn't complacent and smug. They wanted to achieve great achievements in the process of training. But now, all of that was about to come to an end. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? So what if it's the devil religion? I, the number one hero, have never been afraid of anyone. The number one hero said, "Kill. Killing one is enough. Killing 2 is a gain. If I can't kill even one of them, I'll fucking admit defeat." In the darkness, Feng Wuche said domineeringly, "Well said. Kill." When the rest of the people heard such words, an unyielding spirit surged in them. They unleashed their cultivation and fought with the experts from the devil religion. Chapter 2550. Feng Wuche's words moved the general, Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, and the others. Although the devil religion was only here for Tianwu Academy's Qiankuan bag and had nothing to do with Yao Tianwu, the number one hero, and the other young experts from the ancient desolate fearsome lands, the devil religion wouldn't target them. However, because of Du Xiaofu, both Tianwu Academy and the human race of the ancient desolate continent could be considered as part of the desolate country. Naturally, they would help each other. Facing the encirclement of the devil religion, both sides joined forces to defend against the enemy. In the dark space, there were no less than 50 Sage Realm experts fighting. Terrifying energy spilled out, tearing apart the heavens and earth. In here, one couldn't see anything clearly with the naked eye. However, their soulless spirits were extremely powerful. When their spiritual energy spread out, nothing could hide. Each of them found their opponent and fought fiercely. The 8 demon emperors stood in the air and watched quietly. They didn't interfere in the battle for the time being. There were over 30 Sage Realm experts from the Devil religion participating in the battle. Among them, there were Moksha, Mo Lingzi, and Jialo Jueliao, whom everyone was familiar with. On the other hand, there were less than 20 people on the other side. They were completely suppressed. However, the difference in cultivation between them wasn't too big. Although the general and the others were losing and were being suppressed, they weren't in too much danger for the time being. While the two sides were fighting, the 8 demon emperors who were watching from the side felt their bodies tremble. The demonic chi in their bodies was affected and fluctuated. Not good. Something happened to Old Ninth. The great demon emperor said in a hoarse voice. Old Ninth was guarding the entrance of the Ice Wave Cave. Who could have come here and injured him so severely? The 7th demon emperor said in a serious tone. When the other demon emperors heard his words, they nodded in unison. They had the same question. In that instant, they had sensed the 9th demon emperor's aura rapidly deteriorating. At this moment, it had completely disappeared. They were clear about the 9th demon emperor's strength. He was a Sage Realm expert, even if he had just stepped into the Sage Realm. In this world, the number of people who could kill him could be counted with one's fingers. However, he did not know which expert had come to Snow Spirit Mountain. Old Ninth's demonic spirit has not completely dissipated. After this matter is over, we can ask Lord Demonic God to reconstruct his demonic body. 2nd Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. As the 9 great demon emperors, they were the strongest subordinates of Lord Demon God. All of them had secret techniques to protect themselves, so it was very difficult to kill them. In the primordial era, those almighty beings were unable to completely exterminate them, and could only use sealing techniques to trap them. As a result, countless years later, they each broke out of their seals and conquered the world for Lord Devil God. It was true that the 9 demon emperor had suffered a calamity, but his demon spirit had not been completely destroyed. As long as Lord Demon God intervened, it would not take long for him to recover. The Devil religion was currently in need of people. For an expert like the 9 demon emperor, the Devil God would definitely think of a way to revive him. Just as the 8 demon emperors were speaking, they sensed that the 3 youngsters had arrived in front of Dark Snow Heavenly Saint's cave abode. Shang Prefecture's Sa Meng Sword Sex Mu Jianshan is here to assist the Desolate Nation and Tianwu Academy. Ning Prefecture's Golden Spear Sex Bailey Wuya is here to assist the Desolate Nation and Tianwu Academy. Lei Prefecture's Heavenly Thunder Fortress's Mu Chinga is here to assist the Desolate Nation and Tianwu Academy. The voices of the 3 youngsters rang out one after another, and they immediately joined the battle. With the addition of the 3 young Saint Realm experts, Tang Wu, Dongli Diao, Ji Qianyue, Sun Qin, and the others were elated. They felt the pressure on them lessen by a little. They are the people from the major factions on Kyushu. Sensing the arrival of the 3 youngsters, the 3rd Demon Emperor said. Almost all of these factions had some dealings with the Devil religion, so they were all acquainted with each other. They did not care about the 3 youngsters, but they were unable to break through Old Nine's seal. Behind them, that unknown expert would soon arrive. The great Demon Emperor calmed down the shock in his heart, and his tone became calm as he continued, "Let's attack together and get rid of these humans. We must end this battle quickly. We must find the Cosmos Sack." After saying that, the great Demon Emperor moved. One of his claws stretched out from the darkness, and a faint demonic light appeared on it. Although the demonic light was also devoured by this strange space, the aura emitted by the great Demon Emperor was much more powerful than that of the other youngsters. As the light flashed, one could vaguely see that the demonic claw was covered with cold scales. Without thinking, the great Demon Emperor's body faded away and appeared directly behind the general who was fighting with Moksha. Then, he clawed at the general's back. "Kill! End this battle quickly. The second Demon Emperor, the third Demon Emperor, the fourth Demon Emperor, and the others all moved and rushed into the crowd. Including the great Demon Emperor, the movements of the 8 figures were detected by the General, Ghost Child, Lu Limo, Ren Yuan, and the others. In an instant, everyone's expression became extremely solemn. Hand over the Cosmos sack, and I will spare your lives. The great Demon Emperor shouted gloomily as he clawed at the general's back. At this moment, the general felt a terrifying aura being added to his body. A biting chill rose from the soles of his feet and pierced through his head. He originally wanted to leave Moksha behind and resist the great Demon Emperor's attack with all his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the slightest chance of survival. However, the great Demon Emperor's speed was so fast that he didn't have time to turn around and resist. Through the power of primordial spirit, he sensed that the claw, which was surging with demonic aura, was already on his back. His heart throbbed. He knew that he would die here in the next moment. However, such an outcome didn't happen. That was because a familiar voice sounded behind him. The Cosmos sack of Tianwu Academy is with me. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. At the same time, the general heard the cry of a rock behind him. It pierced through metal and cracked rock. Moreover, there were streaks of lightning flashing past. Following which, he sensed that the great Demon Emperor's claw, which carried a terrifying might, had collided with the palm of the person who had just arrived. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in this space. Not far away, the Serene Snow Heavenly Sage's cave residence, which had been standing quietly for a long time, also started to tremble due to the explosion. Some of the floating snowflakes were annihilated in the blink of an eye and turned into runes and mysterious runes. However, these runes and mysterious runes took shape again and turned into snowflakes that continued to fall down. As the two of them exchanged blows, a violent void storm was generated and permeated through every corner of the space. Except for the few powerful demon emperors, everyone who was fighting was swept away by the energy storm. They were like small boats in a storm and were shot in all directions. They were completely out of their control. Chapter 25:51. In an instant, the intense battle was broken. Because of this, the young experts of Tianwu Academy and the human race's divine temple were able to escape from the devil religion. Du Xiaofu, so it's you. The great demonic emperor retreated after receiving a blow and said coldly. Using his primordial spirit, he knew the identity of the person who had come. It was Du Xiaofu, the demon king. Very quickly, he understood that the person who was almost killed by Old Ninth in the outside world was this person. This brat had foiled the plans of the devil religion countless times, and he had long wanted to get rid of him. However, this brat had grown too quickly, and his current strength was not inferior to his own. Even if he joined forces with Old 2 and Old 3, they might not be able to do anything to this brat. Given the speed at which this brat was improving, he would definitely become a stumbling block for the devil religion after Lord Demon God recovered. Great demonic emperor, we meet again, Du Xiaofu said calmly. In the dark space, he used the scarlet demonic monkey's primordial spirit to check and found that the general, Ghost Child, and the others were indeed there. At the same time, just as he had expected, the people who had come from the desolate country were Lu Limo, Sun Qin, and the others who had followed him out of the ancient desolate continent. Du Xiaofu heaved a long sigh of relief. Ever since he knew that the 9 great demonic emperors had moved together to search for the Qiankuan bag of Tianwu Academy, he had hurried over, fearing that the general and the others would be in trouble. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen. Rock Emperor! Human Emperor! Brother Rock Emperor! Upon seeing Du Xiaofu's arrival, the general, Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, Ren Yuan, Feng Wucha, and the number 1 hero all returned from afar and gathered behind him. They were all pleasantly surprised. Du Xiaofu's appearance was like feeding a tranquilizer to everyone. Even in the face of the menacing demonic sect, they still had enough confidence. While everyone was greeting Du Xiaofu, the people of the devil religion also turned around and went to the side of the 8 great devil emperors. Both sides were facing off against each other. Both of their eyes were emitting a cold light, and killing intent was shooting out. The two sides looked at each other, ready to explode at any moment. "Is Tianwu Academy's Cosmos Sack really with you?" the great demon emperor said in a hoarse voice. He believed 80% of Du Xiaofu's words. Back when Tianwu Academy was destroyed, Du Xiaofu was the most outstanding disciple. It was completely reasonable for those old fellows to entrust the Cosmos Sack to him for safekeeping. However, Du Xiaofu didn't participate in the reconstruction of Tianwu Academy. Thus, they thought that the artifact was still in the hands of Tianwu Academy or one of the young administrators. "It's here. If the devil religion wants it, you're welcome to come and get it from me." With a flick of his wrist, Du Xiaofu took out the Cosmos Sack and weighed it in his hand as he spoke. The moment he took out the Cosmos Sack, everyone's expression changed. It was an extremely ordinary Cosmos Sack. However, when one tried to probe it with their mental energy, it felt like a bottomless pit. Furthermore, it felt as though one's soul was about to sink into it. To think that there really is such a troublesome Cosmos Sack. I wonder what kind of items are stored in it? Since the devil religion is willing to go to such great lengths to obtain it, the items stored in it must be extraordinary. The general, Gui Hua, and the others were astonished, but they couldn't help but chuckle. They didn't know of the existence of the Cosmos Sack. It was only when Du Xiaofu took it out that they saw it for the first time. Most likely, when Tianwu Academy faced the calamity, Grand Elder Qing, you must have passed the Cosmos Sack to Du Xiaofu. It was fortunate that the Cosmos Sack was passed to him. If it was passed to them, it might really be snatched away by the devil religion. Boss. It was a pitch-black space, but to the cultivations of the people present, the perception of the power of the primordial spirit was much clearer than that of the naked eye. The moment the Cosmos Sack appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand, the 7 demon emperors were extremely excited. After glancing at the great demon emperor, they stared intently at Du Xiaofu's palm. It was as though they were ready to snatch the Cosmos Sack as soon as the great demon emperor gave the order. The great demon emperor waved his hand to stop the 7 demon emperors and stood motionless. However, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit could sense that the great demon emperor's eyes, which were shrouded in layers of demonic qi, were flickering with an indescribable brilliance. This kind of soundless emotion left no doubt that the great demon emperor's desire to obtain the Cosmos Sack was stronger than anyone else's. Boss, this Cosmos Sack is related to the recovery of Lord Demon God. We must obtain it. The second demon emperor, who was much calmer, transmitted his voice to the great demon emperor. "I know," the great demon emperor said softly. Demonic qi swirled around his body, constantly changing its shape. He took a step forward, stared at Du Xiaofu, and said, "Since you have delivered yourself to me, I will not be polite with you. I will kindly accept it." As he spoke, he slowly opened his hand. A terrifying aura was rapidly brewing and rising rapidly. They really did not expect that the item related to the recovery of Lord Demon God would be in Du Xiaofu's possession. The 9 of them and the Dragon Wilderness Ancestor had split up, but they had still failed to obtain it. However, this was not good. Now they finally had accurate information. Their great efforts were not in vain. The only troublesome thing was that Du Xiaofu was not as easy to deal with as the rest of the people. This Cosmos Sack should be very important to you. However, it is also very useful to me, so I can't give it to you." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and suddenly put away the Cosmos Sack. Looking at the great demon emperor's expression, he could determine the importance of this item to them. The general and the others were fine, but the Cosmos Sack could not be obtained by the great demon emperor and the others. However, Du Xiaofu's action of putting away the cosmos sack caused the eyes of the 8 great demon emperors of the devil religion to constrict at the same time. Do you think you can protect this item with the few people around you? The great demon emperor said coldly. The aura on his body became even more blazing, as if it would explode at any time. Just as he had said, the demonic sect had the absolute advantage in terms of overall strength among the people present. Apart from the 8 great demon emperors, the remaining followers of the devil religion could easily bite down on the other side, except for Du Xiaofu. Under such circumstances, the 8 great demon emperors could attack Du Xiaofu at the same time. No matter how abnormal his strength was, he would not have a chance to escape. The general, Tang Wu, Jiang Yiting, and the others naturally thought of such a situation. There was a heavy feeling in their hearts. The current situation was indeed very grim. If they were not careful, the cosmos sack on Du Xiaofu might really fall into the hands of the great demon emperors. No one was willing to see such an outcome. Chapter 25:52. Both sides stared at each other nervously. As for Serene Snow Heavenly Sage's cave, no one was in the mood to pay attention to it. Unlike the general and the others who had heavy hearts, Du Xiaofu did not feel much worry. Even though the devil religion was powerful, he had encountered countless powerful enemies over the years. When had he ever cowered in fear? Even if the 8 demon queens attacked him together, he wouldn't be afraid. The only thing that worried him was the number of Sage Realm experts from the devil religion. The total number of Sage Realm experts was almost twice that of his own side. If the 8 demon emperors sent a few of them to pin him down while the rest attacked the general, Lu Limo, Mu Jianchen, and the others, the situation would become extremely bad. Even though the strength of these people wasn't weak, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of several demon emperors at the same time. They would only be slaughtered. In the dark space, the great demon emperor's aura continued to rise. At the same time, the second and third demon emperors also made their moves. The demonic chi fluctuations around the 3 of them intertwined, and their chi circulated, forming a cycle. Following this, the aura that the 3 of them exuded increased by more than a level. It was far stronger than when they attacked individually. In an instant, Du Xiaofu felt as though there was a terrifying lord descending upon the world. He was evil, bloodthirsty, and extremely domineering. The cultivation of the 3 demon emperors wasn't any weaker than him. He had no choice but to circulate his Xian Qi to defend himself. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit stirred slightly. The movement he sensed made him feel uneasy. That was because what he was worried about had really happened. Other than the 3 strongest demon emperors, the remaining 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 demon emperors were all rushing toward the young experts from Tianwu Academy and Sacred Hall. It seemed like their plans were exactly the same as Du Xiaofu's. Needless to say, the 8 demon emperors must have communicated with each other via telepathy and decided on a plan. Rock Emperor, don't worry about us. That Qiankuan pouch will definitely be of great use to the devil religion. We can't let them take it. The devil religion will bring calamity to all living beings in this world. Even if we die here, we must protect the cosmos sack. We can't let them succeed so easily. That's right. We might not be able to leave. If you have the chance, you should leave first. Then we'll fight with the devil religion. I believe that one day you will avenge us. General, Ghostchild, Ren Yuan, and the others all saw through Du Xiaofu's thoughts and spoke one after another. Everyone's tone carried a hint of determination. They knew how terrifying the devil religion was. Since the other party was trying so hard to obtain the Qiankuan pouch, it must be of great use to the devil religion. If that was the case, then all the more he couldn't let them get it. With Du Xiaofu's strength, it was definitely impossible for him to defeat the 8 great demon emperors. However, it shouldn't be difficult for him to escape from the devil religion. Hearing these words, Du Xiaofu nodded silently in his heart. He was gratified by these young experts' awe-inspiring righteousness. He knew very well that under the attack of the 5 demon emperors, it would be very difficult for the rest of the people present to survive. They might not even be able to escape. However, at this point, no one had a better choice. They could only fight. When the power of the primordial spirit swept over General, Ghost Child, Ren Yuan, Lu Mingma, Bailey Wuya, and the others, an indescribable feeling arose in Du Xiaofu's heart. Could it be that all these youngsters were really going to be buried here today? However, before he could speak, the great demon emperor spoke. Since they want to die, then kill them. Attack with all your strength. Don't let any of these young human experts live. As the great demon emperor closed in on Du Xiaofu, he ordered the 4 demon emperors and the 5 demon emperors in a sinister voice. Since they had confirmed that the Cosmos Sack was in Du Xiaofu's possession, there was no need to keep the lives of the people of Tianwu Academy alive. These humans were all outstanding figures of the younger generation, and their talents were extraordinary. Now that they had the opportunity to kill them and weaken the overall strength of the living beings in this world, they would be able to remove many obstacles to the rise of the devil religion in the future. Why not? Furthermore, the difference in strength between the two sides determined that the massacre wouldn't last for too long. At that time, the other 5 demon emperors would be able to free themselves and deal with Du Xiaofu together. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone here is my Du Xiaofu's friends. I won't abandon you all and leave by myself. Since a battle is unavoidable, let's fight to our heart's content. Du Xiaofu chuckled softly as he spoke to the general and the others. His words echoed in the dark space. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in the darkness and disappeared in a flash. Rumble, the rumbling of thunder resounded in the dark space of the Han Lan ice cavern, and a huge tremor spread out. At the same time, a vast and majestic pressure descended, as though an ancient god had descended upon the world. The majestic pressure and imposing aura caused the bodies of the 30 sage realm experts of the devil religion, excluding the 8 demon emperors, to sway. The strength of a sage realm expert in perfection was evident. Ha ha! Great! How many years has it been since I fought side by side with Brother Xiaofu? How nostalgic! Today let's fight to our heart's content. Mu Jianchen shouted loudly. Amidst his loud laughter, the sound of a sword whistled through the air, carrying with it a biting cold murderous aura that swept out in all directions. Fight! 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 Bailey Wuya, Mu Qingge, the general, the #1 hero, and the other 20 young experts also shouted one after another and attacked at the same time. Facing the encirclement of more than 30 sage realm experts from the devil religion, including 5 demon emperors, the weakest among them, the 8 demon emperors, were more powerful than the 9 demon emperors who had died in the hands of Du Xiaofu. They were at least at the later stage of the sage realm. Although they were worried, they were not afraid at all. The current situation did not allow them to think too much. The only thing they could do was to fight. Kill. Let's fucking kill the devil religion. Lu Mingma attacked and rushed out directly toward the 8 demon emperors. Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Feng Wuche, and the others were not willing to be left behind. They swarmed forward and rushed into the camp of the devil religion. The two sides collided in an instant, and an earth-shattering battle broke out. Du Xiaofu, hand over your life. The 3 demon emperors shouted loudly and attacked at the same time. With the help of the primordial spirit of Du Xiaofu's scarlet horse primordial spirit, one could see the billowing devil chi turning into 3 sharp blades with a biting cold aura. They were like 3 peerless swords, and their murderous aura was vast and mighty. Come on, let me see how powerful the 3 demon emperors are when they join forces. Chapter 2553. Du Xiaofu moved brazenly. Before the 3 demon emperors could get close to him, his hands drew a series of abstruse and profound patterns in the void. His hand seals changed continuously and mysterious runes lit up. Then, they were swallowed by the strange dark space and disappeared into nothingness. However, everyone present suddenly felt a terrifying pressure descend upon them. At the same time, the roars of 4 beasts rang out. The roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles reverberated in this space. The roars of dragons pierced through all obstacles and directly penetrated one's spirit, as if they were trying to steal one's soul. The roars of tigers tore through the void. The terrifying sound waves were vast and mighty, making one's physical body almost unable to withstand it and on the verge of bursting. As the bird's cry fell, a boundless and majestic aura filled the air. Colorful lights lit up and actually did not extinguish in this dark space, illuminating everyone's figures for half a breath's time. Amidst the dull roars of turtles, the icy ground below shook. The awe-inspiring pressure caused everyone to tremble. Such a scene caused everyone's movements to freeze for a moment as they felt the terrifying aura. They all saw that at the same time as the roars of the beasts rang out, lines of runes flickered in the void and rapidly converged in one direction. Soon, an incomparably huge 8 trigrams diagram appeared above Du Xiaofu's head. This was Du Xiaofu's void 8 trigrams technique. Although this space was affected by a strange force, all the light rays would be rapidly swallowed the moment they appeared. However, after this void 8 trigrams was formed, it did not disappear. Instead, it bloomed with a blurry light, causing everything in the surroundings to finally be visible to the naked eye. Lines of bright light rays seemed to be embedded in the void in this pitch-black space. Although the void 8 trigrams technique that Du Xiaofu displayed this time did not seem so awe-inspiring to the naked eye, the vast aura it emitted permeated the void and did not weaken at all. If it was said that the void 8 trigrams in the past looked like a blazing sun, possessing vast power, then this 8 trigrams diagram now was like the moonlight at night hanging in the sky. However, the masculine aura it carried was not reduced in the slightest because of this. While the 8 trigrams were taking shape in the void, the 3 demon emperors launched their attacks. Absolute heavenly thunder destruction. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly, his voice shaking the void. Boom! Crack! Crack! A thick lightning bolt shot down from the 8 trigrams in the void, splitting open a terrifying hole in the void. Then, it collided with the sharp demonic aura of the 3 demon emperors. The 2 completely different forces collided with a loud bang, and in an instant, a huge shock wave erupted. The lightning and devilish energy suddenly shattered, transforming into talisman symbols that covered the sky and earth and shot out in all directions. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Du Xiaofu and the 3 demon emperors were all peerless cultivators. However, the 4 of them did not move a single inch in the face of such a torrent of energy. After the first attack, the 3 demon emperors attacked again. In the billowing demonic aura, the great demon emperor stretched out a dainty palm, which was covered with black scales. It tore open the void and launched a simple attack. The 2 demon emperors' majestic figures soared into the sky. They punched out with both fists and took a step forward. Every step they took caused the void to tremble. It was as if a peerless monster had descended into the world. The demonic aura around the 3 demon emperors gathered and condensed into a mountain-like demon head. Its ferocious eyes were fixed, and its bloody mouth was wide open, as if it could swallow everything. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted in a low voice. He summoned the purple-gold heavenly palace with one hand, while his other hand continued to draw an indescribable trajectory. In the 8 trigrams diagram in the void, heavenly thunder roared, earthly fire rose, mountains and rivers rose and fell, and the sun, moon, and stars flashed, deducing the changes of all things in the world. At the same time, the golden wings of the great rock behind him flapped rapidly. Heavenly thunder, earthly fire, sun, moon, mountains, and lakes hovered around his body. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and flew around, engaging in a fierce battle with the three demon emperors. In this part of the world, boundless energy surged violently. Yang Qi attacks collided fiercely with the majestic demonic aura, causing terrifying explosions to ring out. The shattered energy contained powerful shockwaves that surged in the space of the Han Lan ice cavern. It was terrifying and could destroy the world. In the surroundings, ripples appeared in the distant space, constantly fluctuating. That was the spatial barrier that this place was in. It must have been set up by a peerless expert, causing this place to be an independent existence. Even light couldn't exist here. It was extremely strange. Kill. On the other side, the people of the Devil Religion, the Tianwu Academy, the Human Race Temple, and the younger generation of the major powers from Kyushu were engaged in a fierce battle. Moreover, Yu Jing Tongxian, Feng Wuxie, Li Yan Wushang, and the other experts had also finished off the people of the Devil Religion at the entrance and entered the Han Lan ice cavern to join the battle. However, due to the presence of the 5 demon emperors, the situation of these young experts was extremely difficult. Among the newcomers, there were only a few Sage Realm experts. They couldn't change the situation at all. Those below the Sage Realm had to risk their lives even if they were to watch the battle from the side. Under the attacks of the 5 demon emperors, Lu Mingma and the other experts who had just entered the Sage Realm were severely injured. They spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were severely injured. Such a scene caused everyone's hearts to tighten. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives very quickly. Du Xiaofu, who was fighting the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd demon emperors alone, also diverted a bit of his attention to observe the situation. Facing the joint attack of the 3 demon emperors, he couldn't escape and help them. This made him feel extremely grave. You puny humans, go to hell. The 6th demon emperor said with a strange smile as he punched Ren Yuan's chest and sent him flying. Ren Yuan's young body flew back dozens of miles and smashed into the icy ground, plowing a deep trench. His chest caved in, and wisps of demon chi lingered on it. You are already at the end of the road. Why are you still resisting? The 5th demon emperor said with a gloomy smile. His whole body emitted a biting cold aura as he turned around and attacked. Kill, When the rest of the people of the Devil Religion saw this, they also laughed strangely and were full of fighting spirit. What should we do? Du Xiaofu's heavenly palace of purple and gold shone brightly. He used the sword splits 10,000 miles and pushed the 3 demon emperors back slightly. He turned around and looked at the battlefield. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and he didn't know how to deal with it. If he was alone, he was very confident that he could escape. However, as he had said earlier, he couldn't leave his friends behind and leave alone. Could today's situation only be resolved by handing over the cosmos sack to the Devil Religion? Chapter 2554. Du Xiaofu had the thought of handing over the Qiankuan bag. Although he didn't want to do so, he didn't have any other choice in the current situation. The great calamity of the world and the lives of dozens of his best friends seemed to have become a fish and a bear's paw relationship. The only choice he had was to make. This was a difficult choice. However, Du Xiaofu already had a plan after several struggles in his heart. Looks like I can only hand over the Qiankuan bag, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. There was an indescribable struggle in his heart. Even so, in his eyes, the lives of his friends were more important than anything else. Without much hesitation, Du Xiaofu made his final decision. With a light flip of his wrist, the Qiankuan bag appeared in his hand. Before the next attack of the 3 demon emperors landed, he held the Qiankuan bag and raised his hand. However, just as he was about to open his mouth and use the Qiankuan bag to exchange conditions with the demon emperors, the power of his primordial spirit detected something that made him swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His hand, which had been raised halfway, suddenly froze, because he sensed that there was a large group of figures coming from the entrance of the ice wave cave. Master, Senior Brother, Grand Master, Mu-Ha. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He used the Fuyao style and dodged the attacks of the 3 demon emperors, appearing in the distance. Releasing the power of his primordial spirit, he could clearly see that those figures were all familiar. Master Gu Qingyang, Senior Brother and Father-in-law Sima Ta-Xing, Golden Rock Sage, Sima Muhan, and a large group of people from the Ancient Heaven sect. The people of the devil religion are so presumptuous. Do they think that there is no one in the land of Kyushu? Master Gu Qingyang's long hair fluttered in the wind as he let out a clear cry. His sword pierced through the 9 heavens and immediately slaughtered his way into the devil religion's camp. As soon as Sima Taxing, the Golden Rock Saint, Sima Muhan, and the others arrived, they instantly determined the situation before them, and they utterly didn't have the time to greet Du Xiaofu before they flashed out and launched into battle with the devil religion. Although the addition of these people could only be considered a drop in the bucket, it made the general and the others feel much more relaxed. A few more people have come to die. Then I'll take care of all of you together. The 4 demon emperors laughed heartily, and their attacks became even fiercer. Among the few Sage Realm experts, the strongest one was only at the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. So, it was impossible for them to influence the battle at this time. The other members of the devil religion also felt pleased and attacked without any hesitation. But soon, they couldn't be happy anymore. However, things were far from over after the appearance of the Ancient Heaven Sects group. Behind them, there were even more figures rushing over. Brother Du Xiaofu, we're here. A woman's clear and melodious voice resounded throughout the field. Behind her, there was a large group of people. So many people. The 4 demon emperors' eyes narrowed, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Du Xiaofu was also moved. He was surprised and pleasantly surprised at the same time. As far as the eye could see, almost all of them were familiar faces. Most importantly, all of them exuded a powerful aura, which indicated that they had reached the Sage Realm or above. Seeing these people, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but smile, and he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He glanced at them one by one. There were Zhu Shui and Guo Ming from the mysterious Talisman sect, Lian Qingrong from the Great Snow Mountain, Bing Luan and Bing Chen from the Snow Palace, Su Muxin, Su Mian, Tang Miling, and Ji Jian from the Hehuan School, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, and Xiao Qing. The one who spoke to Du Xiaofu just now was Dai Xingyu. Why are they all here? However, before Du Xiaofu could truly rejoice, his eyes rippled again. The appearance of some other figures made him feel even more surprised. Rays of golden light lit up and then extinguished in the dark space, flashing into pieces of runes. Then, huge birds appeared, flapping their wings and pouncing. Screech! The birds' cries shook the sky, and huge wings spread out as if they were going to stretch across the sky. They arrived first, and as soon as they appeared, they were already in the middle of the battle. In the devil religion's lineup, Jialo Jumi's young face palpitated when he saw these people. Grandma, Grandpa! Du Xiaofu's lips opened and closed. The people who came were the old granny of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, Jialo Maluo, Jialo Batian, Jialo Juyu, Jialo Kaling, and Jialo Juekong, as well as the expert who walked out of the eternal tomb. The devil religion wants to touch this old man's grandson, the young clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. They don't even ask if the golden-winged Great Rock Clan agrees. Jialo Batian said domineeringly, and an inexplicably domineering aura quickly spread out. With a flap of his wings, he spun and pounced, cutting a Saint Realm expert of the devil religion in half, and falling from the sky. With the addition of the Ancient Heaven sect, the Black Talisman sect, the Great Snow Mountain, the Hehuan School, the Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan, as well as Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, and Little Qing, the new forces, the situation of the battle immediately changed greatly. These people, from front to back, added up to nearly 30 people, including the general, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Lu Limo, Jiang Yiting, Mu Jianchen, and Yu Jing Tongxian, the number of people on Du Xiaofu's side exceeded 50. Even the individual strength of most people was still weak compared to the Devil Emperor of the Devil religion. However, with enough numbers, it was enough to cause a qualitative change. Moreover, there were also Beiluan Bingchen and the golden-winged Great Rock Clan's patriarch, who were all experts from the Eternal Tomb. Their strength was not inferior to the 4 Devil Emperors at all. With such a lineup, even if they could not kill all the people of the Devil religion here, it was more than enough to protect themselves and not suffer any losses. Zhu Qi, how long are you going to be stubborn? The old lady, Jialo Maluo, flew to the front of Jialo Zhu Qi and said sadly, I didn't do anything wrong, so how can I be stubborn? Now, all of this is because you forced me to do it. Jialo Zhu Qi turned into a huge devil rock, and torrential devil qi rolled around his body. The words that came out of his mouth were emotionless. Even in front of his grandmother, who loved him the most after avoiding her gaze for a while, he still looked arrogant and stubborn as usual. Zhu Qi, the clansmen are all looking forward to your return, but when will you wake up? Do you really want to be the enemy of all the clansmen? The old lady said, and the more she spoke, the more sorrowful she felt. She looked at Jialo Zhu Qi with eyes full of unspeakable sorrow, but also endless love and regret. I'm living a good life now, and I'm very free. I don't need anyone's concern, and I know what I'm doing. Jialo Zhu Qi said, and his face was still stubborn. Chapter 25:55. Sigh. The old lady let out a long sigh, full of sadness. After the suppression between heaven and earth was lifted, her strength had increased greatly, and her face looked much younger than before. However, after this sigh, his aged body became hunched again, and the wrinkles on his face became even deeper. In fact, she knew very well that her grandson had no way of turning back. You are so stubborn and unrepentant. What else can I say? In order to prevent you from bringing disaster to the world and even killing your own race, I can only fight you personally and kill you. Your life was given to you by the golden-winged great rocks, so let them end you. The old lady said, her old eyes filled with determination. I know I am not your opponent, but you are wholeheartedly associated with the devil religion. I have no choice but to try to stop all of this. If you can really do it, then kill me. I won't blame you. As she spoke, the old lady transformed into her true form and let out a clear cry. Her body skyrocketed, and a sharp claw tore through the void. It was thousands of feet long, and directly grabbed at Jialo Jumi's demonic rock body. Supreme beast energy surged out with awe-inspiring might, invading in all directions. The ice below was melting at a visible speed. When she attacked, there was no hesitation or mercy. She went all out. She knew that her grandson had already broken through the middle stage of the saint realm under the devil religion's nurturing. His strength was above hers. But she had no choice. If Jialo Jumi was allowed to live, it would eventually lead to the death of more living beings and even their loved ones. Jialo Jumi did not speak in the face of the old lady's attack. An imperceptible struggle flashed through his demonic eyes. No one was able to see this scene, so it was deeply hidden. Then, the demonic rock's body erupted with a strong murderous aura. With a move, it directly collided with the old lady's sharp claw. Then, the two of them fought fiercely. At this time, in the Cold Wave Ice Cave, after dozens of people from several major factions arrived, an even more terrifying battle broke out. Both sides were fighting with red eyes, and they did not hold back at all. Sooner or later, the creatures of this world and the devil religion would collide endlessly. At this time, almost half of the devil religion's experts were here, and many of the strongest sects from Kyushu were also present. For a time, it seemed that the devil religion and the creatures of this world's battle had begun in advance. Du Xiaofu was also fighting with the 3 great demon emperors. With the addition of a new group of people, he could concentrate on fighting the enemy. The strength and cultivation of these four people were all about the same. Du Xiaofu was fighting 1 against 3 and was absolutely at a disadvantage. However, the three demon emperors could not do anything for a short time. In the cold, the cold of cold, ice cold, cold. Vast energy was energy, like raging in raging waves. Attacks were launched one after another, and the whole space was boiling like a pot of boiling hot water. Thousands of mountains collapsed, and thousands of waves roared. The barrier outside the space trembled constantly, and huge ripples were formed, like the roaring waves on the sea. One crack after another spread out and extended, emitting cracking sounds. Finally, as if it could not bear the impact of the huge energy aftershock, the barrier around the space suddenly shattered after a buzzing sound. Then, on the other side, the cave residents of Serene Snow Holy Saint also trembled, making rumbling sounds. Rumble, in this violent change, everyone felt that the ice ground under their feet was constantly rising, as if it was going to break out of the ground. In the strange space, which was originally pitch black, nothing could be seen with the naked eye, and even light was difficult to exist. But at this time there was suddenly a strong light, and it became incomparably bright. The spatial barrier around them had completely disappeared. What entered their eyes was an icy mountain range that stretched endlessly into the distance. Only the talisman array outside the abode, not far from the crowd, was still in operation. Snowflakes that were like goose feathers were drifting down and sprinkling down. Everyone's silhouettes appeared on Snow Spirit Mountain. Even if it was a heavenly saint powerhouse who had set up a spatial barrier, after countless years of erosion, it would not be able to survive in a battlefield where hundreds of saint powerhouses were fighting. Serene Snow Heavenly Saint's residence has appeared, Lu Mingma said in a daze. They had come here in search of fortuitous encounters. However, after entering the Hanlin Ice Cavern, they were besieged by the Devil Religion, who were intent on finding Tianwu Academy's Cosmos Sack. If it weren't for Du Xiaofu's timely appearance, they would have all been wiped out. Kill. The general and the others were stunned for a moment before they once again engaged in battle with the Devil Religion. Jialo Jumi and the old granny, Jialo Maluo, were still fighting. At this time, no one was in the mood to think about opportunities or benefits. This is not your full strength. At this time, do you still have any misgivings? Since you have decided to side with the Devil Religion, why are you still concerned about my identity as your grandmother and not willing to injure me? If you die, or if I die, we will be able to answer to all the golden-winged great rocks. The old granny flapped her wings and said after defeating Jialo Jumi in one blow. She had been fighting with Jialo Jumi for a long time, but she realized that this grandson of hers had not displayed his true strength. Instead, he had suppressed his strength and fought to a standstill with her. Clearly, although he was stubborn, he still cared about the friendship between family members. Humph! Jialo Jumi snorted coldly and did not say anything else. At this time, the four demon emperors, who were fighting fiercely with Bing Luan and Bing Chen, suddenly turned around and distanced themselves from Bing Luan and the old granny. They turned around and rushed in the direction of Jialo Jumi and the old granny. He sneered and said at the same time, "Boy, since you can't do it, then I will do you a good deed and kill this old granny for you." As he spoke, endless demon chi surged out and condensed into a sickle-shaped weapon. It was suffused with a murderous aura and directly chopped at the old granny's head. In the boiling demon chi, a mountain of corpses appeared, a sea of blood rolled, and countless creatures struggled and howled. The miserable cries made one's scalp tingle. When such an attack fell, the demon chi surged and the whole space seemed to be frozen. The old granny's body also stopped in midair. Even if the golden-winged great rocks were to use their full strength, they could not twist their bodies. Chapter 2556. The strength of the four demon emperors was extremely terrifying. The old lady's cultivation had just entered the saint realm. After being targeted, she couldn't even dodge. She could only watch as the scythe of demonic chi slashed down, trying to take her life. Your opponent is me. Behind the 4 demon emperors, Bingluan Bingchen's reaction was also extremely fast. When he made a move, he put his palms together and then separated them. As he separated his palms, a palm-sized snow mountain formed. It expanded rapidly in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was tens of thousands of feet tall. On the snow mountain, there were drifting snowflakes and howling winds. As it swirled and danced, it was as if many divine weapons were colliding with each other, creating a sonorous sound. The huge snow mountain smashed toward the 4 demon emperors with the force of 10,000 pounds. This attack was swift and fierce, forcing the 4 demon emperors to turn around and block it, thus saving the old lady from danger. Otherwise, even with the strength of the 4 demon emperors, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured and lose more than half of their combat power. This would be extremely disadvantageous for the devil religion. You want to save her? Dream on. Sky swallowing demonic clouds. On the other side, the 5 demon emperors sneered. Almost at the same time as Bingluan Bingchen made his move, he moved away from the old ancestor of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. As his robe fluttered, the demon chi around his body transformed into the shape of a huge demonic beast, which soared into the sky. Sharp teeth protruded from its gaping mouth, looking hideous and terrifying. Roar! The huge demonic beast roared ferociously, spitting out a suffocating breath. As it inhaled and exhaled, the space shattered into pieces and was sucked into its stomach. It had the power to swallow the clouds and kill the moon. It was extremely terrifying. A huge demonic beast palm appeared in the sky, covering the sky and stirring up the boundless wind and clouds. In the blink of an eye, the 4 demon emperors changed the direction of the blood sickle and collided with Bingluan Bingchen's snow mountain, creating a loud explosion that could tear the sky and earth apart. Following that, the demonic beasts transformed by the 5 demon emperors strode toward the golden-winged rock body of the old lady Garuda Mola. At the same time, the old lady was still trapped in the void by the devil emperor's power. She couldn't move at all. A powerful suction force emerged from the mouths of the beasts formed by the 5 demon emperors, sweeping through the surroundings. The golden-winged rock's body was unable to resist at all. It was swept up by the powerful force and flew toward the 5 demon emperors. Even though the ancestor of the golden-winged Great Pung clan, who had walked out of the eternal tomb, possessed extreme speed, he had already moved to intercept the 5 demon emperors the moment they began to move. But in this situation, it was already too late to rescue him. By the time he arrived, Garuda would have already been devoured by the demons. The battle here naturally fell into the eyes of the others. Grandma Du Xiaofu was anxious. With a flap of his wings, he activated the Fuyao style. Amidst the golden light, he passed through space and appeared directly in front of the old lady. He waved the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand, forming a dazzling sword light that pierced through the heavens and the earth. It then pierced into the mouths of the 5 demon emperors. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. From the time the 4 demon emperors attacked, to Beiluan Bingchen intercepting them, to the 5 demon emperors using the moon-swallowing demonic cloud, and finally to Du Xiaofu activating the most powerful technique of the golden-winged Great Pung clan, less than 1/100th of a breath's time had passed. Du Xiaofu's Fuyao style didn't need any time to pass through space. The moment he slashed his sword down, Beiluan Bingchen and the 4 demon emperors' attacks collided. Boom, 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 boom. Roar! Intense explosions sounded at the same time as the howls of the beast. The 10,000-foot snow mountain crushed down, and the blood-red scythe released a vicious aura. Both of them were tough and ferocious. As soon as they came into contact, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The terrifying energy shattered and turned into a violent storm that swept across all directions. These two people's cultivations were evenly matched, and they were equally matched in this exchange. The blood and qi in their bodies were tumbling, and they were both shaken to a certain extent. In comparison, Du Xiaofu's strength was slightly stronger than the 5 demon emperors. When the violent and overbearing sword light shot out, the 5 demon emperors didn't have time to react. The sword light directly pierced through them, and they went into the huge beast's mouth. The demon beast that was formed by the demon qi emitted an earth-shattering scream. It was obvious that it was seriously injured. The huge figure retreated in a panic, and one ice mountain after another was trampled into powder. Everything wasn't over yet. On the other side, the great demon emperor, the second demon emperor, and the third demon emperor carried monstrous power and chased after Du Xiaofu. Since you've already surrendered to my devil religion, then you must be firm in your heart and get rid of everything in the past. How can you ruin your future because of personal feelings? The great demon emperor said in a hoarse and low voice, and there was a hint of disappointment in his voice. These words were said to Jialo Jumi. As he spoke, the great demon emperor's petite body, which was wrapped in demon qi, moved. A thin and weak claw stretched out and pressed toward Du Xiaofu. This claw was covered with pitch-black scales, and it flickered with an awe-inspiring luster. It didn't have any aura fluctuation, and it looked extremely ordinary. However, Du Xiaofu knew how terrifying the great demon emperor was, and he didn't dare to be careless. Thunder martial vein! Du Xiaofu shouted. Dense electric lights lingered on his body like meridians. Endless thunderclouds swiftly gathered high in the sky. Numerous lightning bolts continuously lit up within them, causing loud rumbling sounds to resound. The ink-black thunderclouds rolled and surged, carrying the heavens' might. They had a majestic aura, and it seemed as if the sky was collapsing. After that, a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a mountain struck down towards the great devil emperor. Hee! Du Xiaofu, you can't protect this old woman today. The second demon emperor laughed strangely. Then, he turned to Jialo Jumi and said, "Since you can't do it, I'll help you." While Du Xiaofu was dealing with the great demon emperor, he shot out a dark and misty demon light directly toward the old woman. "How dare you!" Du Xiaofu shouted. The golden rock wings on his back flapped rapidly, and he used the Fuyao style again, trying to stop the second demon emperor. However, another figure, which was covered in demon flames, charged toward the old woman, Jialo Mola, from the other side. This figure was the third demon emperor. Du Xiaofu, this old woman has a close relationship with you. If you kill her, you will be heartbroken. The third demon emperor said gloomily, "I really want to see how you, who spoiled the great plans of my devil religion, will cry." The third demon emperor's figure moved and disappeared in a flash. This scene made Du Xiaofu feel very distressed. He didn't expect that several demon emperors would join forces to kill the old woman. Chapter 2557. After Du Xiaofu used Fuyao, the second demon emperor gave up on attacking the old lady. Everyone knew that Du Xiaofu had an extraordinary relationship with the Golden-Winged Rock clan. He rose to prominence with the Golden-Winged Rock cultivation technique in his youth and later became the young patriarch of that clan. The old lady even recognized him as her grandson. If she was killed, it would be a heavy blow to Du Xiaofu. How could the people of the devil religion let go of such an opportunity? Go to hell. Being killed by the joint attack of several demon emperors is enough to make you smile in the underworld. At the same time, the third demon emperor's palm also fell and arrived in front of the old lady in an instant. If you don't die, how can Jialo Jumi wholeheartedly contribute to our devil religion? This palm was filled with absolute power. It disappeared in front of the third demon emperor and directly penetrated the void, appearing in front of the old lady. The strong power spread out and rippled, causing people's divine souls to tremble. They couldn't help but tremble. "Grandma!" "No. Stop." Not far away, Jialo Batian, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Kaling, and Jialo Juekong finally reacted and shouted in horror. No one could stop this in time. They could only stare blankly at the palm falling. They could imagine that the old lady would be killed by the 3 demon emperors. Blood splattered everywhere. Du Xiaofu's heart was suddenly filled with desolation. His eyes turned crimson in an instant. Tears were brewing in his eyes. At the same time, there was also deep regret and self-blame. He could have restrained the 3 demon emperors at the same time. However, as long as he did anything else, he would have given the other party an opportunity. The current situation was because he gave up on his opponent to save the old lady. This caused the 3 demon emperors to attack the old lady together. However, he had no choice. He couldn't watch the old lady die in the hands of the 5 demon emperors. However, if he was strong enough, this scene wouldn't have happened. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. The general, Dai Xingyu, Bailey Wuya, Mu Jianchen, Lu Limo, Su Muxin, Sima Muhan, and the rest of the forces also felt extremely sad. They were bitterly holding on under the siege of the devil religion. Although many of them were seriously injured, no one had truly died yet. Could it be that this kind old lady was really going to be buried here today? The Great Demon Emperor, Second Demon Emperor, Third Demon Emperor, Fourth Demon Emperor, and Fifth Demon Emperor, these 5 strongest demon emperors had joined hands, and their coordination was flawless. They wanted to kill one person, and even Du Xiaofu, Beiluan Bingchen, and the golden-winged Great Ping race's old ancestor couldn't stop them. It seemed that the old lady's death was a foregone conclusion, and no one could solve it. "Grandma!" Jialo Kai Ling whispered sorrowfully. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, when her tears flowed out of her eyes, she saw a scene that made her open her mouth in surprise. She couldn't close it for a long time. Everyone saw that before the palms of the 3 demon emperors fell, the figure closest to the old lady suddenly moved and blocked the palms of the 3 demon emperors. It was an extremely huge demonic rock's body, which was surrounded by billowing demonic chi and emitted an inexplicably domineering and unruly aura. Its appearance was exactly the same as the golden-winged Great Ping race. When it spread its wings, it was unknown how many miles wide it was. The only difference was that the aura that was fluctuating from its body was not vast and masculine, but evil and bloodthirsty demonic power. There was only one person in the world who had the body of this demonic rock, and that was Jialo Jueliao, who had betrayed the golden-winged Great Ping race. He was the closest to the old lady. When the attacks of the 3 demon emperors were about to fall, he moved and blocked the old lady with his body. The palms of the 3 demon emperors, which had pierced through the void, directly hit the demonic rock's body. Bang! Everyone present heard a muffled sound. Then, they saw a blood arrow spurt out from Jialo Jueliao's mouth, creating a dark black hole in the void. Then, the demonic rock's aura dropped sharply. In an instant, it became dispirited, and its huge body fell from the sky. The energy waves of the battle swept past its body, making it look like a fallen leaf in a bleak wind. It fluttered down, forlorn and lonely. "Jueliao!" the old lady cried sadly. Her face, which had become much younger, suddenly seemed to have aged by hundreds of years. She looked even more haggard than before she had broken through to the Saint realm. Everyone knew that Jialo Jueliao was her most beloved grandson. However, in order to become stronger, this grandson had stubbornly stood on the side of the devil religion and became enemies with all the creatures in this world. Even though she had repeatedly pressured him to fight, her words had revealed her extreme disappointment, and she had constantly forced him to attack. However, the old lady's thoughts were the opposite of her words. She hoped that she could awaken Jialo Jueliao's conscience and make him repent. The old lady had always hoped that her grandson would realize his mistake and turn over a new leaf, cut off the devil bone in his body, and return to the clan. She wanted to watch him grow and be happy under her knees. However, All these hopes had turned into an illusory bubble at this moment as the young body fell from the void. In the void, Jialo Jueliao was still falling. The huge demonic rock's body caused the void to vibrate. The pair of wings lost their vigor and strength, and could no longer support his body. After a bang sound, his body smashed into the ice field below. Cracks appeared on the hard, icy ground, spreading out in all directions like a spider web. Immediately after, the demonic rock's body also transformed. After a flash of devil chi, it turned into a human form. That handsome face was no longer domineering and was covered with blood. However, his eyes were still filled with arrogance. Cough! Jialo Jueliao coughed softly and choked out a large mouthful of blood. It overflowed from his mouth, passed by the side of his face, and flowed down his neck to the ground. His aura was already extremely weak, and the vitality in his body had long been destroyed. He was already on the verge of death and could die at any time. "Grandson," the old lady wailed, tears flowing from her eyes. Her dry bark-like lips trembled as she kept muttering Jialo Jueliao's name. Her expression became extremely gloomy, as if more than half of her vitality had been sucked out in an instant. Her hair became dry and pale, fluttering in front of her forehead, showing her dejection and sorrow. The rest of the people present all opened their mouths wide in shock as they quietly watched all of this. As for the several people from the Golden-Winged Rock clan, like the old lady, their sadness spread. Chapter 2558. Du Xiaofu also found it difficult to breathe. He finally understood that perhaps everyone was wrong. Jialo Jumi was not heartless, but his heart was filled with unspeakable sorrow. His unruly and unyielding character, coupled with all the pressure from the outside world, pushed him to make mistakes step by step. He walked the path of betraying his race and finally stood with the devil religion. Everyone stared blankly for a long time, not saying anything, including the 8 great demon emperors. After a long time, the 3 demon emperors finally squeezed out 2 words from their teeth. "Idiot!" The 3 demon emperors cursed ferociously. While speaking, they even spat in the direction below them. This action instantly attracted the cold gazes of everyone present. How could an idiot from the devil religion understand the friendship between family members? Lu Mingmo opened his mouth and bluntly retorted. "What did you say?" The 3 demon emperors raised their eyebrows. It was obvious that they had been infuriated. Their tone was filled with dense killing intent. "I said you're an idiot." Lu Mingmo curled his lips and glared back. Even though he was seriously injured, he was not afraid of the Devil Emperor's powerful and majestic aura. "You can't even understand such simple words. You're really an idiot." Mu Qingge expressionlessly chuckled and took advantage of the situation to reply. "You're courting death." The great demon emperor was furious. With his status, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? His expression changed, and he gathered a huge aura, about to attack the 2 of them. "Third brother, let's deal with this old hag first." The 2nd demon emperor blocked the 3rd demon emperor. His eyes were once again thrown towards the old lady, Jialomola. With a sinister smile, he said, "I want to see who will be able to save her this time around." "That's exactly what I want." The 4 demon emperors agreed. The 2 of them moved abruptly and rushed towards the old lady to kill her. "Kiki, old woman, since you love your grandson so much, then accompany him to the underworld so that we can reunite," the 4th demon emperor said in a gloomy voice. His terrifying aura was vast and mighty, filling the air with murderous intent. He also turned around and charged towards the old lady. At the same time, the great demon emperor and the 5 demon emperors moved as well. "I'll deal with you later." After the 3 demon emperors threatened Lu Mingmo and Mu Qingge, they withdrew their thoughts and joined the battle to kill the old lady. At this time, their actions were no longer purely for the sake of killing, but for the sake of their reputation. If they couldn't even kill this old woman, Then their reputation as the Demon Emperor would be greatly mocked. How could Du Xiaofu, Beiluan Bingqian, and the great golden-winged Peng clan's ancestor allow them to succeed? Without thinking, they all flew out. The great Demon Emperor was blocked by Du Xiaofu, and the second Demon Emperor was fighting with the Golden Rock clan's old ancestor. Beiluan Bingqian was blocking the fourth Demon Emperor. Devil religion, thief, how dare you! Gu Qingyang, Sima Taxing, Jialo Batian, and the others shouted loudly when they saw this, and then they charged towards the remaining 3 Devil Emperors and 5 Devil Emperors to stop them from joining forces again. Your opponent is me. The rest of the experts of the Devil religion flew out and intercepted these people. Soon, the battle between the hundreds of Sage Realm experts began again, and the situation became extremely chaotic. This time, the scene was extremely similar to the previous one. Several supreme experts were restrained by the demon emperors of the devil religion, which created an opportunity for the 3 demon emperors to attack. This allowed him to rush out without any hindrance, and he directly charged towards the old lady, Jialo Maluo. The old lady was still immersed in grief, and her old face was full of tears. She looked at Jialo Maluo on the ground like a fool, and she didn't care about this at all. Du Xiaofu and the others were greatly shocked, and their minds began to become chaotic. As the second demon emperor had said, this time, perhaps no one could save the old lady. Even though Du Xiaofu had already used the first style of Fuyao, the demon emperors were too close to the old lady. In such a short distance, the space profound did not have much of an advantage. When he had just reached the old lady, he had already been obstructed by the great demon emperor. If the 5 demon emperors of the devil religion couldn't even kill an old lady at the initial stage of the sage realm, it would be a joke. The 3 demon emperor said coldly. His palm, which carried a terrifying and peerless power, pierced through the void and hit the old lady's head. The bloody and murderous aura spread out under this palm, and it had an extremely strong and frightening aura. The space shattered silently, and a dark hole appeared. Before the palm hit the old lady's body was torn apart, and a terrible wound appeared on her body. Even Du Xiaofu did not dare to take such an overbearing and fierce attack head-on. With Jialo Maluo's strength, it was not difficult to imagine her ending if she took this attack head-on. However, everyone heard a domineering voice resounding in the area in the next moment. Even the attacks of the 3 demon emperors were delayed for a brief moment. It seems that the devil religion is going to be a joke. His arrogant and domineering words spread out in the void. Then, the space beside the old lady suddenly shattered, and a boundless golden light burst out from it. Then, a golden palm stretched out from the golden light and hit the 3 demon emperors. The palm looked ordinary, but it had an extremely vast power. It directly pressed a deep palm print in the void. Needless to say, the owner of this palm must be extremely terrifying. Boom! When the 2 palms collided, an explosive sound rang out. Terrifying energy wantonly spilled out. The impact of the energy spread out in all directions. A distant ice mountain peak was swept away and directly turned into fine powder. After the collision, the 3 demon emperors and the owner of the palm were pushed back by the impact, and they were pushed back more than 1,000 feet. The result was a tie. What a terrifying expert! He can actually take on the 3 demon emperors head-on. Many powerhouses were shocked, and they all looked at the person who had arrived in a hurry. However, because he was blocked by the golden light, they could not see his face. Du Xiaofu was also shocked, but he was not as confused as the rest of the people, because when the other party had just spoken, he had already known his identity. This allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. My boss's grandmother is also my grandmother. You people from the devil religion can't touch her. The person in the golden light was extremely arrogant, and he kept calling himself your boss. The golden light on his body slowly dissipated, and a handsome young man's face was revealed. He was wearing a robe that was shining with golden light, and he was tall and slender. One of his hands was naturally placed behind his back, and he looked extremely overbearing. Chapter 25:59. The young man stood upright in the void. His eyes were filled with an indescribable, terrifying fluctuation. Golden light shone from them. It's him. Most people quickly recognized the young man when they saw him. General, Ghost Child, Gu Qingyang, Sima Taxing, and the others were even more familiar with him. When they first met him, he was just an arrogant monkey. This monkey had always been by Du Xiaofu's side. Who else could it be other than Du Xiaoyao? His strength is actually so terrifying. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment, feeling the terror of little demon Du, especially the group of young experts. There was still a huge gap between them and the strength of the demon emperor. However, the young man seemed to be about the same age as them. Yet, he was able to fight evenly with the three demon emperors. The people around Xiaofu are all freaks, Sima Taxing said in a low voice. Although he sighed, it seemed that this was the only explanation. It's you, damn monkey. The three demon emperors and Du Xiaoyao stood opposite each other. Their eyes were filled with endless anger. He originally saw that he was about to succeed, but did not expect that little demon Du would suddenly appear, ruining his plan once again. What? Are you not convinced? It doesn't matter. I can fight with you until you are convinced. Du Xiaoyao curled up the corners of her mouth with an evil smile. Her words were so arrogant. The three demon emperors were so angry that they were about to attack. However, they were stopped by the second demon emperor. The second demon emperor laughed coldly and said, "Isn't it just a red-bone horse monkey? So what if you're extraordinary? Even if the heavenly king himself comes, he won't be able to stop us from killing this old woman today." As he spoke, his demonic eyes suddenly narrowed. His killing intent surged. Really? Today, I'd like to see how arrogant the devil religion is. Another voice reverberated. A long spear pierced through the barrier of the void and directly charged into the battlefield. A stalwart middle-aged man with a gun in one hand and a wine jug in the other appeared in everyone's line of sight. Behind him, an old man in his 70s followed with a respectful expression. However, the aura that filled his body was also incomparably terrifying. Drunkard dad, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself in surprise. The person who had arrived was precisely Du Tingxian. But it wasn't over yet. Immediately after Du Tingxian, another flash of lightning appeared in the void. Then, it continuously combined and transformed into a human figure. It was a bare-chested young man in a short robe. "I'll beat up anyone who dares to oppose my master." The young man's muscles were taut, carrying with them a powerful force. His face was simple and honest, but his eyes were extremely cold as he looked at the people from the devil religion. This person was Lei Tianhuang, the disciple that Du Xiaofu had taken in the ancient desolate fearsome ground. In the tomb of heaven, Du Xiaofu had already learned of his origin after crossing the river of time. He was transformed from a remnant thunderbolt when his ancestor died. It wasn't until countless years later that he gave birth to spiritual intelligence. He could be considered to be from the same family as Huolei Laozu. Lei Tianhuang's front foot had just arrived when the void shook again. Numerous mysterious runes spread out between the heavens and the earth, forming a unique spatial passageway that rapidly extended to the battlefield. Then, a middle-aged man with a strange charm on his face strode out. In his hand, he held a rune array wheel that was suffused with a bloody aura. "Brother Qin Chun." Du Xiaofu chuckled softly. "I heard that someone dared to touch my brother's grandmother. Shouldn't you ask the six-wheel blood-killing array in my hand for such an important matter?" Sacred Array Child Jin Qin Chun raised his eyebrows, glanced at the people from the devil religion present, and said with a sneer. As he spoke, the wheel in his hand was held at the tip of his finger and started to spin. It seemed that he would kill anyone who disagreed with him. Seeing the arrival of the 5 experts, Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, Old Lei, Lei Tianhuang, and Zhen Qinchun, everyone's expression changed. The people from the devil religion looked extremely solemn, especially the 8 great devil emperors. They quickly understood in their hearts that today's matter was probably no longer within their control. The 5 people who had hurried over were all experts with exceedingly high cultivation and famous reputation. Not to mention getting Du Xiaofu's Qiankuan bag, they couldn't even kill the old lady of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan to save the face of the devil religion. The operation this time had already been declared a failure. They didn't expect that Du Xiaofu's sudden appearance would spoil their initial plan. The devil religion had mobilized to ambush the people from Tianwu Academy. What was even more unexpected was that the legendary Qiankuan bag wasn't with the people from Tianwu Academy but with Du Xiaofu. With this, it would be even more difficult for them to obtain it. On the other side, the experts from Tianwu Academy, Ancient Heaven Sect, Ancient Desolate Continent, and Kyushu heaved a sigh of relief. With the addition of Du Tingxian and the others, the devil religion wouldn't be able to cause much of a commotion. Let's go. The great devil emperor didn't hesitate. His deep voice reverberated as he issued an order to everyone from the devil religion. Hearing this, the nearly 40 experts all turned around, turned into a jet-black demonic cloud, and quickly flew into the distance. That Qiankuan bag, the 5 demon emperors spoke. They were still thinking about the Qiankuan bag in Du Xiaofu's hands, unwilling to leave just like that. Let's go. The great devil emperor's cold bellow sounded from the demonic cloud, frightening the 5 demon emperors. Not daring to raise any objections, they hurriedly flew into the demonic cloud. Du Xiaofu, I'll leave the Qiankuan bag with you for now. One day, it will return to the hands of our devil religion. Before leaving, the 5 demon emperors coldly left behind a sentence. You're welcome to look for me anytime. Du Xiaofu replied as he watched the demonic cloud fly up into the sky and disappear without a trace. Boss, are we really going to let them leave just like that? Du Xiaoyao looked into the distance and asked with reluctance. He had just arrived and had only exchanged a single blow with the 3 demon emperors. He hadn't fought to his heart's content yet. Furthermore, he had close to 60 people on his side while the devil religion had less than 40 experts. They could go all out and fight. If I can take their lives here, I will never let these people from the devil religion leave. However, we are far from enough. Du Xiaofu's eyes were burning as he clenched his fists tightly. Of course, he wanted to kill all the demon emperors. After all, they were the strongest helpers of the devil god. However, many of them had been seriously injured and needed to recuperate. Moreover, the 8 demon emperors were by no means easy to deal with. Even if his drunkard father and the other 4 joined in, they still wouldn't be able to kill even one of the demon emperors. After weighing the pros and cons, he couldn't let his emotions affect his decisions. Being able to scare off the people from the devil religion was already the best outcome. Chapter 2560. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. The strength of Du Xiaofu and the devil religion gathered in Snow Spirit Mountain was almost on par with each other. If they forcefully stopped the devil religion from leaving, it would inevitably lead to an even more brutal war, causing unavoidable deaths and injuries. Du Xiaofu was not ready to start a real war with the devil religion. He had yet to gather the 36 bolts of spiritual lightning and the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons. He had yet to go to the demon realm, and many forces had yet to be integrated. On the other hand, the devil religion also had great misgivings. The demon god was still recovering. If a bloody battle broke out now, it would be detrimental to their plans. Both sides had their own misgivings and calculations. This battle could not be fought and could only be left for another day. However, when the demon god joined the battle, they would face an even more violent storm that would engulf all the living beings in this world. No one would be able to hide from the world and avoid the calamity. Grandmother! Jialo Kaling's soft call interrupted Du Xiaofu's thoughts. He turned and saw that Jialo Kaling was flying down and landing beside Jialo Jumi, who was lying on the ground. The ice ground under Jialo Jumi was hit by the demonic rock's fall. With him as the center, cracks spread out like a spider web, looking very ferocious. Looking down from the sky, his body seemed to be locked in the middle of this spider web, unable to break free. Du Xiaofu knew that the spider web that trapped Jialo Jumi was his stubbornness and unruliness. Jumi, at this moment, the old lady was half kneeling beside Jialo Jumi. Tears streamed down her face, blurring her eyes. One of her old hands was holding the young one that was gradually turning cold. The other hand was caressing her grandson's blood-stained face. Tears flowed down Jialo Kaling's pretty face. She held her younger brother's other hand and sobbed. Jialo Batian, Jialo Juyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others also went to Jialo Jumi's side. Everyone's eyes were filled with grief. Goo goo! A gurgling sound came from Jialo Jumi's throat. Soon after, his lower jaw straightened and large mouthfuls of blood gushed out. After that, his aura became even weaker. Obviously, he was on the verge of death. Grandmother, grandson has let you down. Jialo Jume's voice was low, and his words were intermittent. After a long while, he finally said something. His eyes stared blankly at the sky, empty, dim, and suffused with the aura of death. No, no! The old lady shook her head vigorously with tears in her eyes. She repeatedly said the word no, but she couldn't say anything else. Looking at the appearance of her most beloved grandson, the old lady's heart was filled with endless pain. Perhaps in the past, she had indeed been disappointed in Jialo Jumi countless times, but at this moment, all the knots in her heart had been dissolved along with the passing of her grandson's life, and she could no longer blame him. What's more, this grandson of his had become like this in order to save him. The old lady was someone who doted on the younger generation. Watching all this happen with her own eyes made her heart ache to the extreme. Grandson is unfilial. Jialo Jume's breathing suddenly became heavy, and he panted rapidly. However, this kind of breathing could come to an abrupt end at any time. Seeing this, Jialo Kaling hurriedly used her beast energy and placed her delicate palm on her brother's chest. A gentle aura constantly entered his body, and only then did Jialo Jume calm down a little. Jume, don't say any more. Grandmother doesn't blame you. Grandmother would rather you didn't block that palm for me. The old lady cried out in grief, almost heartbreaking. If she could, she would rather the one lying on the ground at this time was herself, and not her most beloved grandson. Hearing his grandmother's cries, Jialo Jume didn't say anything more to her. Instead, he suddenly condensed his pupils and looked at Du Xiaofu, who was standing quietly at the side. Du Xiaofu, Jialo Jume whispered, as if he had something to say to him, but the words were not very clear. The palm of the 3 demon emperors not only destroyed the vitality of his physical body, but also shattered his divine soul. Even the highest level of elixirs in the world couldn't save him. There was really no way to save him. The qi that Jialo Kaling had injected into his body could only temporarily prolong his life and delay it for a short while. Hearing Jialo Jume calling him, Du Xiaofu also walked to the old lady's side, stood gently, and stared at him. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I will take good care of grandmother and the golden-winged great rocks, Du Xiaofu said very seriously. Feeling the grief of the old lady, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Thank you. The corners of Jialo Jume's mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to return a smile. No need to thank me, this is what I should do, Du Xiaofu said. These were words from the bottom of his heart, and there was no hint of perfunctory. When Jialo Jume was dying, the last thing in his heart was still his grandmother and the golden-winged great rock. This made Du Xiaofu have a good impression of him. Over the years, because Jialo Jueme had the devil bone and was associated with the devil religion, the two of them had always been enemies. But now, how could he not understand that Jialo Jueme didn't really want to betray the golden-winged great rocks and become enemies with the whole world? It was because the arrogance in his heart was too strong and his temper was stubborn. After being defeated by Jialo Jueyu, he only wanted to surpass him with his own effort. It was just that no one understood him. Everyone felt that he had gone astray and was sinking deeper and deeper until he couldn't extricate himself. Jialo Jume had never made any excuses for all of this, because he didn't need it. What he needed was to constantly cultivate, become stronger and stronger. In fact, he did it. He successfully merged with the devil bone and became one of the strongest young people in the world. Jialo Jueyu, who could defeat him 100 years ago, was probably weaker than him now. For such a young man, Du Xiaofu sincerely admired him. In Jialo Jueme, he also saw a little of his own shadow. Back then, when the old lady recognized him as her grandson, it was precisely because of this. When he was young, he had obtained the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rocks. From then on, he had risen all the way and formed an indissoluble bond with this clan. Later on, when he entered the golden-winged great rocks, he was recognized as her grandson by the old lady and became the young patriarch, providing him with too much help. It could be said that without the golden-winged great rocks, there would be no Du Xiaofu's achievements today. He was not an ungrateful person. Towards this clan, he truly treated them as his own family. This kind of relationship was no different from the Du family. There was no difference in status. Chapter 2561. In Du Xiaofu's heart, the golden-winged great rocks were his second home. Therefore, even if Jialo Jumi didn't say it, he would do as he wished and take good care of his grandmother and all the clansmen of the golden-winged great rocks. Jialo Jumi stared at Du Xiaofu for a long time, feeling the certainty in Du Xiaofu's expression. Then, suddenly, his whole body relaxed, as if he had let out a long sigh of relief. His whole person became extremely relaxed. However, unlike the reaction of his body, Jialo Jumi's eyes became sharper. A strange power suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, then continued to expand and spread, permeating every place. Everyone only saw a black flame rising from Jialo Jumi's body. It was ethereal and illusory, looking extremely unreal. The old lady and Jialo Kaling, who were holding Jialo Jumi's hand, felt a strong corrosive qi constantly drilling into their bodies. This was demonic qi with the aura of decay. "Grandmother, let go of me," Jialo Jumi said, his arms moving slightly as if he wanted to pull his hand back, not wanting to bring harm to his grandmother and sister. However, the remaining strength in his body was too weak. After a tremor, his hand drooped down powerlessly again. His body seemed to be burning, turning into bursts of demonic qi, steaming out of his body and then enshrouding him. His hair and skin were reducing and dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if his whole body was immersed in some kind of corrosive substance. In just a short moment, his body had shrunk by a size. "No, don't." This scene made the old lady cry out again. How could she not see that this was the manifestation of Jialo Jumi's demonic qi being burned? It could be imagined that it wouldn't be long before his entire body would vanish completely under the devilish flames and be incinerated into ashes. The old lady held her grandson's hand even tighter than before, afraid that if she let go, he would be gone. Even the demonic qi that had invaded his body and burned his physical body and beast soul was ignored. She couldn't let go just like that. "Grandmother," Du Xiaofu said worriedly, but he couldn't stop his grandmother. After all, Jialo Jumi had truly reached the final juncture, and no one was able to reverse the situation. Finally, she would let the old lady take one more look at the grandson she had always missed. "Sister Kai Ling, let go of Jujio. He doesn't want you to be like this either." Du Xiaofu said softly. Hearing this, Jialo Kaling nodded obediently and retreated to the side. Du Xiaofu slowly raised his palm and placed it flat in front of his chest. A grass-shaped plant condensed in his palm, releasing a vast and profound aura. This stalk of grass was sparkling and translucent. The shape of the grass was like a mushroom, as if it was real. As soon as it appeared, it exuded an extremely powerful aura of life. This was Du Xiaofu's grass of immortality. Under his control, it flew above the old woman's head and poured a steady stream of life force into her body. In addition, a faint glow spread out and covered the surface of the old lady's body, releasing a lustrous glow. The old lady didn't resist and just let Du Xiaofu do what he wanted. In this regard, Jialo Batian, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others were all relieved. With this object, even the power emitted by Jialo Jumi's burning demon bone couldn't cause harm to their grandmother. When Jialo Jumi, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene, he cast a grateful look at Du Xiaofu. The demon bone in his body was burning, and a terrible burning feeling pervaded the space. Although his physical body's vitality was gradually fading and he couldn't move. But at this time, because of the burning of the demon bone, the power of Jialo Jumi's soul was increasing at a terrifying speed. The effect was that even his speech became clear. I know you're looking for spiritual thunder. I'll leave this 9 underworld demonic thunder to you. Jialo Jumi said, his body motionless. When his voice fell, there was a chi-la sound, a black light rushed out of his body, straight into the sky, and a black thunder and lightning shot out from it. Above the sky, black electric arcs spread out. In a short moment, the whole sky was filled with waves of electric light. The scene was extremely terrifying. Soon, dark clouds rolled in between heaven and earth, as if thousands of troops and horses were galloping. The momentum was terrifying. 9 underworld demonic thunder. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He had known that Jialo Jumi had a spiritual thunder and had successfully merged with it. In his plan, in order to deal with the demon god, he would try his best to find the whereabouts of the other spiritual thunders. Sooner or later, he would have a battle with Jialo Jumi. Today, at the moment of his death, he finally handed over the 9 underworld demonic thunder. There are some things here, among them are 36 feathers of the true rock. I'll also give them to you. Maybe they won't be of much use to you, but they can bring some use to the other clansmen. Under the control of Jialo Jumi's mind, a Qiankuan pouch floated out and went to Du Xiaofu, who caught it. There were a total of 72 feathers of the true rock. He had 36 of them himself, plus the ones in Jialo Jumi's hands. These 72 feathers of the true rock came from a Saint Realm expert of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, but as Jialo Jumi said, they were not of much use to Du Xiaofu at this time. If he refined them a little, they could be regarded as an extraordinary treasure. For people with weak strength, they could be of great use. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Du Xiaofu controlled the grass of immortality to protect the old lady and said softly. Jialo Jumi nodded with difficulty, and then suddenly, a burst of wild laughter burst out from his throat. Ha 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 ha. Actually, I have always been unconvinced by you, but I have to admit that you are stronger than me. I really want to fight with you again. Jialo Jumi laughed wildly, his words full of unyielding fighting spirit. At the last moment of his life, his stubborn life was once again revealed. Du Xiaofu. Jialo Jumi suddenly shouted, calling out Du Xiaofu's name. The demonic flame aura on his body became more and more blazing. His flesh had been burned to nothing, revealing a black skeleton. The steaming flames jumped, releasing a terrifying aura. At this time, he could no longer speak, and could only rely on the power of his primordial spirit to roar. As soon as his voice fell, a devilish light suddenly rose from the skeleton. Then, a strange power rose between heaven and earth, as if a ghost of the netherworld had awakened, terrifying and peerless. Take my last move. The power of the primordial spirit roared, and in the dark demonic wasteland, Giallo Jumi's skeleton stood up. The old lady's palm was broken free, and she turned her head in horror, looking at the skeleton that was rushing towards Du Xiaofu. Chapter 2562. Giallo Jumi's body had been burned to ashes, leaving only a set of black bones with black flames pulsating within. The bones were sizzling as they burned. The surface of the bones seemed to be bubbling as they continued to disintegrate, becoming weaker and weaker. However, at this moment, there was an endless ferocious aura emanating from the demonic bones, causing many people to tremble. This aura was actually not much weaker than when he was at his peak. Du Xiaofu stood in place without moving. He just quietly watched the skeleton charge straight towards him. He could feel that although Giallo Jumi said that he wanted him to take his move, there was no killing intent in it. This move would definitely not cause any harm to him. Then again, even if Giallo Jumi really had malicious intentions, with his cultivation, he could take it head-on. That eerie bone claw was like a god of the netherworld reaching out from hell, wanting to take people's souls. Waves of strange power kept invading. As the bone claw passed through the void, it directly slammed onto Du Xiaofu's chest. However, what was even stranger was that when this attack landed, there were no energy fluctuations. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary palm caressing Du Xiaofu's chest. However, Du Xiaofu's expression changed. His eyes, which were as bright as the sun, suddenly closed tightly. From Giallo Jumi's demonic bones, there was a strange power fluctuating and continuously entering Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu, Rock Emperor, Young Patriarch. This scene shocked Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, the general, Giallo Juekong, and the others. All of this happened very quickly. By the time they reacted, Giallo Jumi's attack had already hit Du Xiaofu. Unexpectedly, Du Xiaofu seemed to be completely indifferent to this and did not take the attack at all. In the end, Du Xiaofu's situation made everyone worried. They were afraid that something would happen to him. "Don't worry, third young master should be fine," Du Xiaoyao said. He had a profound connection with Du Xiaofu, so he could sense his current state. Moreover, Giallo Jumi didn't show any malice when he was about to die, so he shouldn't be so ruthless. Everyone looked at each other and stopped talking. Instead, they gathered around Du Xiaofu. In front of Du Xiaofu, Giallo Jumi's demonic bone had been burned to the point that there wasn't much left. The final energy had all entered Du Xiaofu's body. After a gust of wind blew past, the demonic bone quickly dissipated and turned into nothingness. His devil bone had burned out in the end. Du Xiaofu stood quietly on the icy ground, as if Giallo Jumi had never appeared in front of him. Absolute end. When the old lady, who was half kneeling on the ground, saw this scene, she seemed to have been struck dumb, and her whole body went limp. "Grandma!" Giallo Kai Ling rushed to the old lady's side and hugged her in her arms. The two of them sobbed together. Not long after, Du Xiaofu, who was standing at the side, suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! 2 rays of dim light shot out from his eyes. There was a vast and mighty aura of the netherworld. It was as if a god of the underworld had descended. It was strange and terrifying. As time quickly passed, the 2 gazes slowly withdrew, and the dim light also gradually dissipated. However, there was still a demonic aura surging in Du Xiaofu's eyes. It was very mysterious. What happened to Master? Lei Tianhuang's body was surrounded by faint thunder and lightning. He asked naively with a worried tone. The rest of the people were also worried. They were afraid that Du Xiaofu would be affected. Just when everyone was worried, Du Xiaofu made his move. His gaze slowly shot towards the sky. There, endless layers of clouds gathered together. Amidst the thunder and lightning, there was a ball of black light that was constantly moving between the clouds. This ball of black light was filled with a terrifying thunderbolt majesty. Strands of lightning constantly spread out from it and struck the void. The sound of thunder was vast and boundless, making the world feel as if it was going to turn people upside down. This black light was the 9 underworld demonic thunder that had originally merged with Giallo Giume's body. At this time, Giallo Giume had already passed away, and the 9 underworld demonic thunder had naturally regained its freedom. It was like a naughty child celebrating its freedom. 9 underworld demonic thunder. Giallo Giume, how thoughtful! Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the ball of black light. The 36 spiritual thunders were all formed by the Du family's ancestor when he fell, and they were scattered in every corner of this world. This was because countless years ago, the ancestor had surpassed the sage realm with the thunder profound and merged with the heavenly Tao. If he could gather all 36 bolts of spiritual lightning and fuse them together, he would have an extremely high chance of obtaining a deeper level of lightning profundity, comprehending the true meaning of laws, and even coming into contact with the ethereal heavenly Tao. But if he didn't have a great opportunity, it was too difficult to gather all the spiritual thunders one by one. His greatest hope was to slowly gather them with the help of Huolei Laozu. However, in order to deal with the demon god, Du Xiaofu had been busy running around and didn't have much time or opportunity to do this. Therefore, he must merge with the 9 underworld demonic thunder. Come with me and merge with the other spiritual thunders. Only then will you have a chance to reappear the Archean divine might. Du Xiaofu's figure rose up and headed towards the 9 underworld demonic thunder. At the same time, several spiritual thunders, such as the silver net soul-devouring thunder, the earth-shattering thunder, the golden crow thunder, the great sky thunder, the 3,000 quaking thunder, the soul-extinguishing thunder, rushed out of his body, as if they were cheering for the return of their brothers, and jumped towards the 9 underworld demonic thunder. However, the 9 underworld demonic thunder, which seemed to be happily flying through the clouds, suddenly stopped, as if it had sensed some kind of dangerous aura. In the next moment its speed suddenly soared, and it quickly flew into the distance. It actually wanted to escape. Trying to escape? Do you think you can escape? Du Xiaofu chuckled and was not in a hurry to chase after it. He knew very well that all the spiritual thunders were extremely extraordinary, and they had developed spiritual intelligence. Therefore, after the 9 underworld demonic thunder regained its freedom, it would definitely not be easily captured by Du Xiaofu. As Du Xiaofu spoke, a strange power erupted from his body. Like invisible ropes, they shot towards the 9 nether demon thunder, trying to bind it. Soon, the 9 underworld demonic thunder's escape movement froze, and it suddenly stopped in the void. Then, the ball of black light flew back at an even faster speed, as if it was attracted by some kind of mysterious force, and returned to Du Xiaofu's side. It was unable to resist at all. Woo woo woo, the 3,000 quaking thunder, the great sky thunder, the golden crow sky burning thunder, the silver net soul devouring thunder, and the other spiritual thunders happily flew out together, circling and whistling around the 9 underworld demonic thunder. Chapter 2563. Fuse. Du Xiaofu said softly. A mysterious force guided the 9 underworld demonic lightning to his side. Soon, the 9 underworld's devil thunder rushed into his mind's mud pill palace, along with the rest of the lightning bolts. Then, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the ground. The celestial qi in his god's watchtower circulated continuously as he began to refine the 9 underworld demonic lightning. This Du Tingxian, Zhenqin Chun, Lei Tianhuang, and the others were all confused. Since when could spirit lightning be so easily controlled? They all knew that when Du Xiaofu had first fused with the spirit lightning, he had gone through a near-death experience. Maybe it has something to do with Jialo Juexiao. Du Xiaoyao said softly as he stepped forward, surrounded by golden light. Everyone nodded in unison when they heard this, indicating that this was a reasonable deduction. In fact, it was just as he said. Jialo Juexiao's seemingly arrogant actions were in fact channeling the last bit of energy from his demonic bone into Du Xiaofu's body. Thus, Du Xiaofu could borrow demonic power and easily control the 9 underworld demonic lightning. It was also because he saw this point that when Jialo Juexiao charged towards him, Du Xiaofu did not retreat or resist. Instead, he allowed his bone claws to strike his chest. This could be considered the last thing that Jialo Juexiao did for the great golden-winged rock. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the ground. Balls of lightning curled around him, carrying with them a majestic aura. As time passed, this aura became more and more vast. Countless thick bolts of lightning spread out from Du Xiaofu's body, releasing a dazzling 7-colored light. It was extremely magnificent. Tongues of lightning flickered and rumbled incessantly. The surrounding space shattered silently. Such a scene made Du Xiaofu seem like a god who controlled lightning, imposing and awe-inspiring. Soon, under the gazes of Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchun, and the others, Du Xiaofu's figure was drowned in the vast lightning. A huge ball of lightning was growing bigger and bigger in the Snow Spirit Mountain. 3,000 trembling thunder, silver-sifting soul thunder, great sky thunder, and the others all released different colors of light. They intertwined and intertwined with each other, but they fused together in a very harmonious manner. This ball of lightning was like an inflated balloon. It kept expanding until it was over 100 zhang in size before it slowly stopped. Terrifying power filled the air, causing the general, the number 1 hero, Mu Jianchen, and the others to feel their hearts palpitate. They were all above the sage realm, but they couldn't remain calm in the face of Du Xiaofu's movements. Let's wait a little longer in case the devil religion takes the opportunity to attack again. With the help of Jialo Juexiao, Third Young Master should be able to completely integrate the 9 underworld devil thunder soon. It won't take much time. Du Xiaoyao's eyes glowed with golden light as she said so. No hurry, there are still many benefits in the Snow Spirit Mountain. We can search around nearby, Bailey Wuya said as he looked around. On the way here, Du Xiaofu had encountered 2 forces that were almost fighting over the sacred elixirs. Presumably, they could find more treasures like sacred elixirs in other places. Now that the demon god was about to recover, all forces, big and small, were plundering resources to improve themselves so that they could have more life-saving means in the great calamity. Therefore, all the benefits in the Snow Spirit Mountain couldn't be missed. I don't know how to open the cave mansion of Serene Snow, Heavenly Saint, Lian Qingrong suddenly said as she stared at Zhu Wei's mansion, which was surrounded by swirling snow. It was said that the inheritance of Serene Snow, Heavenly Saint, was hidden there. But until now, no one had been able to enter and obtain the benefits there. The general, Ghost Child, Lu Limo, Ren Yuan, and the others who had arrived earlier were all here for this opportunity. Because of the devil religion's large-scale arrival, everyone's plan was thwarted. But now they could go in and explore. Serene Snow, Heavenly Saint? Feng Wuxia muttered to himself leisurely as he looked at the cave mansion. The Snow Spirit Mountain was located in the Yu Province, and Feng Wuxia was from the Snow Wind City in the Yu Province. He cultivated the Snow Wind Dao. His interest in the inheritance of Serene Snow, Heavenly Saint, was above everyone present. Of course, Lian Qingrong, who came from the Great Snow Mountain, was no less eager than him for this inheritance. Let's go. Everyone, let's work together to break this talisman array and go in to explore. As for who can obtain the inheritance of Serene Snow, Heavenly Saint in the end, it will depend on each person's luck. Mu Jianchen said as sword light flashed on his robe embroidered with sword patterns. After saying that, he swung his sword and countless sword light poured out, killing the snowflakes outside the cave mansion. Haha, good. Now that the great calamity is in front of us, everyone is on the same side. Let's not fight for the benefits here. No matter who obtains the final benefits, it will increase our strength. Mu Qingge let out a hearty laugh as her figure flashed and rushed out. Speaking of breaking the talisman array, let me do it. The talisman array set up by Serene Snow Heavenly Saint is not simple, all of you get out of the way. Du Xiaoyao's golden robe fluttered as he said indifferently. As he spoke, the snowflakes outside the mansion danced gracefully, but they carried a seemingly gentle yet incomparably fierce aura. Mu Jianchen and Mu Qingga's attacks fell, but they were all covered by the wind and snow in an instant. Then, snow blades shot out, twisting all the attacks into pieces and disappearing into the snowflakes in the sky, not causing the slightest impact. Such a result greatly disappointed Mu Jianchen and Mu Qingga. After the two of them looked at each other, they obediently retreated to the side and looked at Du Xiaoyao. So what if it's a talisman array set up by a heavenly saint? It still can't stop me. Du Xiaoyao's mouth curved into a smile as he said proudly. At the same time, a blazing golden light burst out from his body, turning into an incomparably large red-bone horse-monkey phantom that occupied the void. Roar! The red-bone horse-monkey's roar shook the heavens and earth. Under Du Xiaoyao's control, the huge red-bone horse-monkey phantom rushed out and directly plunged into Serene Snow Heavenly Saint's cave mansion. The snowflake talisman array that filled the sky flashed with dense patterns, and small talisman patterns lit up. An ice-cold aura erupted, unceasingly attacking little demon Du's body. But all of this was unable to cause any harm to Du Xiaoyao. The scarlet demonic horse monkey's illusory figure quickly entered the flying snow. It was as if it had barged into another space as it disappeared. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze, feeling extremely incredulous. Chapter 2564. Many people had heard of the uniqueness of the red-bone horse monkey's body, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Du Xiaoyao's actions had really opened their eyes. The talisman array set up by a heavenly saint expert was complete and not broken. For ordinary people, it was very difficult to break such a talisman array. Even those with profound attainments in the Tao of talismans would have to spend a lot of effort to slowly see through the trick and break the array. However, Du Xiaoyao's performance was so simple and crude. Those who want to come in, hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. Just as everyone was shocked, Du Xiaoyao's impatient voice came from the talisman array. Then, on the talisman array formed by the endless flying snow, a gap was suddenly torn open. It was 20 feet wide, enough for several people to enter side by side. From the gap, a biting cold aura of ice and snow rushed out. It was so cold that it made people tremble. Let's go! Mu Jianchen, Feng Wuxie, Mu Qingga, Lian Qingrong, Lu Mingma, and a few dozen other young experts all shouted, and then suddenly flew into the gap. Only Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, Bing Luan, Bing Chen, the ancient heaven sect, and the great golden-winged rocks did not enter. In addition, Dai Xingyu, Su Muxin, and the others also stayed outside and did not go in to investigate. Most of them had obtained extraordinary opportunities, and their strength had increased very quickly. The inheritance of Heavenly Saint Yoshua was quite biased with their own cultivation method. Even if they really obtained it, it would not be as useful as the others. Moreover, to the great golden-winged rocks, Jialo Jumei had just passed away and the old lady was still immersed in her grief. They were not too interested. Outside the Heavenly Saint Manor, after the group of young experts had entered, the gap that was torn open slowly closed, and it returned to its original appearance. There was still wind and snow drifting in the sky, and it seemed peaceful and harmless, even a little beautiful. However, everyone knew that it contained a terrifying, killing intent. Little Demon Du, this guy who leaves traces of the wind and plucks the feathers of the goose that passes by. Wherever he goes, isn't it like locusts passing through barren land where not a single blade of grass grows? Who would have thought that they would be so generous this time, willing to let others in to reap the benefits? The sacred array child Zhen Qinchun flipped his wrist and put away the 6 wheels blood-killing array. That Mu Qingga from the Thunder Fortress of the Thunder Prefecture was right. Now that the great calamity is about to arrive, what's the point of distinguishing between us? After all of us only have one goal, and that is to become the demon god. This opportunity should be given to the most suitable person to make the best use of it and bring out the greatest effect. Du Tingxian took a sip of wine and said indifferently, I'm afraid that Du Xiaoyao also knows that the serene snow heavenly Saint manner is not particularly suitable for him, so he's so generous. On the side, Dai Xingyu curled her rosy little lips, as if she was extremely disdainful of Du Xiaoyao's character. After that, she shot her gaze towards Du Xiaofu, and her eyes were filled with adoration as she said, Let's wait here. I don't know when Brother Xiaofu will be able to refine the 9 underworld demonic thunder. Hearing this, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, and the others also looked at the huge lightning ball. Amidst the vast power of the thunder, a purple-robed figure was wrapped in layers of lightning, sitting cross-legged. Several bolts of spiritual thunder emitted different auras. Amidst the domineering yang qi, there was also a ferocious evil qi, which was extremely strange. Bolts of lightning connected to Du Xiaofu's body and went straight to the Naiwen Palace in his mind. There, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, which looked exactly like him, was also sitting cross-legged in the void. Several bolts of spiritual thunder such as the lunar thunder, soul-destroying thunder, and golden crow sky-burning thunder surrounded the 9 underworld demonic thunder in the most central position. The power of the primordial spirit was vast and mighty, constantly communicating with the 9 underworld demonic thunder, controlling it to merge with the other spiritual thunders step by step. Endless demonic qi spread out, trying to break free from the shackles. However, Du Xiaofu already had the experience of merging multiple spiritual thunders, and his strength was not what it used to be. Moreover, he had the help of Jialo Jueliao at the end. No matter how the 9 underworld demonic thunder struggled, it could not break free from the shackles. It could only be gradually controlled and slowly merged with the 3,000 thunder, earth-shattering thunder, and other spiritual thunder. Just like this, time passed by slowly. About 2 hours later, Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in the lightning ball, suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! Boom, crack, crack, 2 seemingly solid eyes shot out, carrying the power of thunder and lightning, piercing through the void. 2 terrifying black holes appeared in front of him, and did not disappear for a long time. Then, when such eyes gradually became watery, Du Xiaofu's eyes also regained their clarity. The murderous aura caused by Jialo Jueliao was no longer there. 9 underworld demonic thunder. Du Xiaofu's heart moved. Under the control of the power of the primordial spirit, the 9 underworld demonic thunder rushed out from between his eyebrows and stopped in the void in front of him. The jet-black electric light faintly emitted, and small electric tongues swallowed and spat, making a zzz sound. At this time, the 9 underworld demonic thunder was very different from the previous situation. It did not show the terrifying majesty and aura, because, at this time, it was completely under the control of Du Xiaofu. Without his guidance, the 9 underworld demonic thunder was as docile as an obedient baby. Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand, and the 9 underworld demonic thunder whistled and quickly swept to his palm, becoming the size of a palm and jumping on his hand intimately and gently. Du Tingxian and the others outside could not see such a scene. This was because the ball of lightning that Du Xiaofu had released had yet to dissipate. I wonder where the rest of the spiritual thunder is. Holding the 9 underworld demonic thunder in his hand, Du Xiaofu murmured. His eyes were a little dazed, and there was extreme worry. Until now, the spiritual thunder he had only obtained was the silver net soul-swallowing thunder, the earth-shattering thunder, the 3,000 quaking thunder, the golden crow sky-burning thunder, the moon sky thunder, the soul-divine thunder, and the 9 underworld demonic thunder. When the ancestor died, a total of 36 spiritual thunders were scattered in the world. If he slowly collected the remaining 29 spiritual thunders at this speed, He did not know how many years and how much effort it would take. Huolei Laozu, Fu Ibai, and the others had once told him that only the people of the Du family with lightning martial veins could have the hope of fusing with all the spiritual thunders and reach the height of the Du family ancestor in the primordial age. Only then would they have the strength to fight against the demon god. Otherwise, the final outcome of this world would probably be a vast sea of blood and suffering. One must know that that was a demon god who lived by killing. Even the masters of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god, who had joined forces and traversed countless worlds, could not kill him. Chapter 2565. If he waited until the demon god fully recovered, he would definitely set off a bloody storm. Even if all the living beings in this world worked together, they would not be a match for him alone. Not to mention, he had the 9 great demon emperors and the entire devil religion under his command. Relying on the endless slaughter and nourishment of blood, the demon god would only become stronger and stronger. At that time, even if the masters of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god came again, they would not be able to do anything to the demon god. At most, they would only chase after him like in the primordial age, but they would not be able to kill him. One had to know that in this world, the Du family ancestor who had merged with the heavenly Tao was long gone, so no one could control the demon god. Thinking about it carefully, the final result was really terrifying. Phew! It's time to make a trip to the demon realm. Du Xiaofu exhaled and threw those annoying matters to the back of his mind. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, things had to be done one by one. Even if the Fiend Celestial was peerlessly terrifying and came with a terrifying calamity, Du Xiaofu would not shrink back. Most of the living beings in this world would not watch the demon god wreak havoc and turn the entire world into a demon realm. The most important thing now was to unite all the forces and twist them into a rope to deal with the devil religion and avoid the awkward situation of fighting alone. The Kyushu, dragons, phoenixes, ancient wasteland continent, and the beast region were all under his control. There were not many variables. Everyone was working together to resist the devil religion. In addition, with Du Xiaolan's existence, the beasts of Tianhuang continent would also be under the desolate country's command. The most unsettling thing was the 9 great families' legalism, school of famous families, and school of vertical and horizontal. He did not know what kind of trouble they would cause. However, this matter could not be rushed. Most of the 9 divine lightning cauldrons were still in the hands of the devil religion, so Du Xiaofu had no way to command them. Therefore, he could only make a trip to the demon realm and rope in the forces there to resist the calamity together. Oh right, I almost forgot about you. Du Xiaofu suddenly raised his eyebrows. Under the control of his mind, the 9 underworld demonic thunder drilled into his glabella and disappeared. Then, he waved his wrist lightly, and a black hole appeared in front of him. With a flash, the purple-robed figure entered it. The black hole slowly closed. In the outside world, after losing the support of Du Xiaofu, the lightning ball quickly dissipated, revealing an empty void. Where's Xiaofu? Where's he? Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, Jialo Batian, and the others watched as the lightning dissipated, but they did not see Du Xiaofu's figure. This caused everyone to be astonished. It's fine. Let's wait a little longer. Zhen Qinchun was stunned for a moment before he said with a chuckle. He knew Du Xiaofu well. He would never leave without saying goodbye. There was only one possibility left. He must have entered the desolate ancient space. Since he did this, he must have a motive. It was better to wait and see. The truth was just as he had expected. Du Xiaofu had entered the desolate ancient space. The moment he entered, he felt 2 gazes looking at him. Dragon desolate ancestor, how have you been doing here? Du Xiaofu gently shook his robes as he walked forward and asked. What he saw was the dragon desolate ancestor, who had transformed into a green-robed old man. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. During the battle at Tianwu Academy, half of his old face had been sent flying by Du Xiaofu's slap. Right now, his injuries had yet to fully recover. A piece of mangled flesh hung on his face, and his bones were exposed. It looked indescribable. Du Xiaofu, if you want to kill me or cut me up, do as you please. Just don't lock me up here like a criminal. The dragon desolate ancestor opened his mouth. His words seemed to be a little weak and exhausted. However, his tone was still as unyielding as ever. Don't worry, I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. Du Xiaofu laughed, shook his sleeves and said. There was no need to guess. During the period of time that the dragon desolate ancestor was locked in the desolate ancient space, he must have thought of many ways to break through the restrictions here and escape. What disappointed him was that with his strength as a sage, no matter what he did, he couldn't shake this space in the slightest. In the end, after exhausting all of his mental and physical strength, he could only unwillingly give up and accept his fate. You won't kill me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who will believe your nonsense? The dragon desolate ancestor was stunned when he heard this, and looked at him in disbelief. The enmity between the two of them had long since been formed, and it had accumulated to an extremely deep level. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. There was no room for negotiation. If he was the one who captured Du Xiaofu, he would definitely not let him live. Therefore, although the dragon desolate ancestor was puzzled, he did not have much hope in his heart. He really thought that Du Xiaofu would let him live. Unless Du Xiaofu's brain was damaged and he was kicked by some Sky Saint stage demon beast. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. As Du Xiaofu spoke, he waved his arm, and a large number of talisman runes flew out, wrapping around the dragon desolate ancestor. A terrifying aura instantly spread out, filling the entire desolate ancient space. At the same time, a strange wave of energy spread out from Du Xiaofu's body, causing the dragon desolate ancestor to feel extreme fear. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? The dragon desolate ancestor's heart trembled as he felt that something was amiss. With a flash of his body, he quickly flew into the distance, not daring to look back. He instinctively sensed the dangerous aura, and even his beast spirit was trembling violently. Du Xiaofu said that he would not kill him, but what he was going to do next was definitely more terrifying than letting him die. Why are you running? I really won't kill you. I just need to place some imprints on your body and become my servant, so that you won't bring me any more trouble. Du Xiaofu said unhurriedly. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, and without even activating the great rock wings, he caught up to the dragon desolate ancestor's footstep. He had originally planned to refine the dragon desolate ancestor into a puppet for his own use. However, as long as it was a puppet, even if it was directly refined from a living person, its power would be limited by its original strength and would be fixed. If he used the beast controlling technique to set up the blood soul seal, there would be room for growth in the future, and it would also not cause any danger to his master. This method was more suitable. Although this desolate ancient space is large, it is completely under my control. Where can you escape to? Du Xiaofu said indifferently as his hands quickly formed seals. Very quickly, the blood soul seal appeared. That strange aura became even more vast, causing the fleeing dragon desolate ancestor to feel a deep sense of fear. However, in this desolate ancient space, no matter how hard he tried to escape, he was still unable to escape Du Xiaofu's control. Chapter 2566. Under the control of Du Xiaofu's will, the mysterious energy in the desolate ancient space surged and swept towards the dragon desolate patriarch. He was unable to unleash his cultivation of the sage stage and could only be manipulated by Du Xiaofu. Roar! The roar of a beast shook the void. A burst of golden light shone brightly, covering the two figures, causing the dragon desolate patriarch to feel a burning pain in his eyes. Following that, when his gaze pierced through the light, he could see a huge red-bone horse monkey entrenched in front of him. He knew that this was the manifestation of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. It carried an incomparably domineering aura, suppressing him to the point that he was unable to resist. As the golden light bloomed, Du Xiaofu's palm also reached out and directly pressed on the dragon desolate patriarch's head. This was not the first time he had set up the blood soul seal. He was already familiar with it and did not feel the slightest bit awkward. As the power flowed, the dragon desolate patriarch's consciousness gradually became blurry. However, his body was still twitching and trembling, instinctively resisting. However, the commotion slowly weakened until it finally stopped. Du Xiaofu used the beast controlling technique, and strange runes were engraved on the dragon desolate patriarch's primordial spirit, finally forming the blood soul seal. It's done. After a long time, Du Xiaofu let out a long sigh of relief. The golden light that filled the sky gradually dissipated, and the palm retracted. The two figures also appeared. Master! The dragon desolate patriarch bowed, lowered his head, and said respectfully to Du Xiaofu. As expected of a sage stage expert, even setting up the blood soul seal took a lot of effort. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, feeling a trace of exhaustion in his mind. However, the final result made him feel very gratified. With such a powerful 8 desolation demonic dragon as a servant, it would be a great help to the entire desolate country. The only thing that gave him a bad impression was the half of his face that he had slapped away. It looked very uncomfortable. Fortunately, this was not a puppet. As the dragon desolate ancestor cultivated, it would not take too long for it to recover. His strength would once again return to its peak state. I'll just call you Desolate Dragon from now on. Let's get out of here. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the desolate ancient space opened, connecting to the outside world. The dragon wasteland ancestor followed closely behind him. The two of them flew out together and appeared in a frozen snow spirit mountain. Xiaofu! Young patriarch! Brother! As soon as Du Xiaofu appeared, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchun, Jialo Juyu, Dai Xingyu, and the others quickly surrounded him. However, the arrival of the dragon wasteland ancestor caused everyone to be stunned for a moment before they suddenly erupted with intense hostility. All of them were on guard as they stared at him closely. Don't worry, the desolate dragon will be one of us from now on. Du Xiaofu raised his hand to stop the crowd from overreacting and briefly explained. Many people did not understand what was going on, but after hearing this, most of them smiled confidently. Many people knew about Du Xiaofu's beast-controlling technique. However, they still could not believe that the dragon wasteland ancestor from the ancient desolate continent would actually become Du Xiaofu's servant. One had to know that his strength was terrifying. In the entire world, he was one of the strongest. At the very least, among the people present, only Du Xiaofu could defeat him. Even Beiluan Bingchen and the ancestor of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, who had walked out of the eternal tomb, did not dare to say that they were stronger than the dragon wasteland ancestor. Has the serene snow heavenly saint's cave opened? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze across the field. He discovered that many of the figures from before were no longer here. Moreover, although the outside of the cave was isolated by a talisman array, under the prying of his scarlet pheasant monkey's primordial spirit, he could still detect a trace of abnormal fluctuations. Even without guessing, one could tell that those people who were no longer present must have entered that place. Haha, Du Xiaoyao suddenly changed his temperament and brought the general and the others in. Sacred Array Child Zhen Qingchun said with a smile. Then why are there still so many people who haven't entered? Du Xiaofu looked at Zhen Qingchun in confusion. Logically speaking, the inheritance of the serene snow heavenly saint was extremely extraordinary. There was no reason not to fight for it. Let that group of youngsters fight for the opportunities there. Us old fellows won't get involved. Anyway, no matter who gets it in the end, it can increase the strength of the battle against the demon god. Du Tingxian took a sip of wine and said with a smile. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu could not help but nod. After thinking for a while, he agreed. Most people here were not skilled in the Tao of Ice. Only Feng Wuxie and Lian Qingrong had dabbled in it. They were the most suitable successors of the serene snow heavenly saint's inheritance. After a while, he said, then we don't have to wait here. Go do your own things. Du Xiaofu turned to look at the dragon wilderness ancestor who was standing respectfully behind him and said, Dragon wilderness, stay here and wait for them to come out. Then, return to the desolate country and guard the stone city with Hun Ji. We'll talk about the rest when I come back. What are your plans next? Du Tingxian asked. I have to go to the demon realm immediately. There's no time to delay. Du Xiaofu's gaze was unhurried and filled with worry. Hearing this, everyone understood his plan and fell silent. They all looked at Du Xiaofu with eyes full of anticipation. Now, all of this young man's actions were to prepare for the great calamity. The burden on his shoulders was too heavy. In short, be careful. Du Tingxian looked at his monkey and reminded softly. I will. Du Xiaofu nodded and then added, send someone to send a message to Huolei Laozu. I'll wait for him in the demon realm. I still need his help to find the remaining 29 spiritual thunders. Okay. Du Tingxian nodded. Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment, then turned and walked in the direction of the golden-winged rock clan. Jialo Batian, Jialo Juyu, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juekong, and the old lady were all there. After everyone's consolation, the old lady's emotions had calmed down a lot. However, her old eyes were still turbid and her expression was gloomy. It was obvious that she was still heartbroken over the passing of Jialo Juekong. Grandmother. Du Xiaofu held the old lady's arm and comforted her. Juekong was able to turn back in the end. It means that he still has you and the rest of the clan in his heart. Don't be too sad. Child, don't worry. I'll be fine. Although Juekong is gone, I still have you. The old lady squeezed out a smile and touched Du Xiaofu's head as she spoke. Du Xiaofu nodded vigorously. Seeing his grandmother's appearance, he couldn't help but feel sad. After saying a few more words, he bid farewell to the old lady and everyone else. Let's go. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked into the infinite distance with a burning expression. Let's go to the demon realm. Chapter 2567. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, his figure slowly faded away in the void as he broke through space and disappeared. Third young master, wait for me. At this moment, a voice came from the serene snow heavenly saint's cave. Immediately after, a dazzling golden light burst out from within and instantly broke through the obstruction of the outer array. Like a flying divine sword, it quickly chased in the direction Du Xiaofu disappeared. The golden light had just appeared and in the blink of an eye, it attacked the distant horizon and then disappeared. What is Du Xiaoyao trying to do? Zhen Qingchuan's charming face couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. The demon realm, that's a place that very rarely appears before people, and it's also very rare to hear of the people and deeds there. I presume that there are many fortuitous encounters hidden there. With little demon Du's personality of seizing every opportunity, how could she not go and join in the fun? Du Tingxian slowly paced 2 steps and said with a smile. The demon realm is probably more complicated than we thought. I hope Xiaofu can get a satisfactory result this time. Zhen Qingchun said with a slightly worried expression. For most people, the demon realm only existed in legends. The creatures there were all sentient beings born from all things in the world and were extremely powerful. It could be said that the overall strength of the demon realm could not compare to all the races in this world combined. However, those beings that could become sentient were definitely not simple. If an ordinary person entered the demon realm, if they were not careful, their life would be in danger. Not to mention, there might be some strange secret places that contained endless dangers. The world will no longer be peaceful. The demon realm is not a place we are familiar with, and we have not had any dealings with the demon spirit. Also, we don't know if the devil religion will have designs on that place. Du Tingxian was also faintly worried about Du Xiaofu going alone. They had not seen many demon spirits. The only ones they knew were the Purple Lotus Fairy and Hongyue. Of course, Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang were considered demon spirits, but their origins were extraordinary. Lei Tianhuang even gained sentience not long ago. Presumably, they did not have any connection with the demon realm. In addition, there was Du Xiaoyao, the monkey that jumped out of a stone. However, he had always been by Du Xiaofu's side, so it was even more impossible for him to know anything about the demon realm. Send a message to Huolei Laozu. We have to speed up the rest. We must stop the devil religion at all costs. Qin Chun said. If we can help Xiaofu's, then we can't let him carry all the pressure. We can't let him carry all the pressure alone. Gu Qingyang said. Time slowly passed, and 10 days of time had quietly passed without anyone noticing. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao walked through the space tunnel. In these 10 days, they did not stop and walked towards the direction of the demon realm. In fact, not many people knew the specific location of the demon realm. Du Xiaofu had only heard Huolei Laozu mention the approximate location. For an old monster like Flamespark who had lived since the ancient times, it was not surprising that he knew about this. Boss, how long until we reach the demon realm? In the space tunnel, Du Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with golden light as she looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. It should be soon. 10 days should have been enough for us to cross this realm. But the demon realm is really too far away and it is in a special space. It can be considered a real independent realm, so it took a lot of time. Du Xiaofu said with a light smile with one hand behind his back. Sure enough, not much time had passed before he came to a stop in the spatial tunnel. Almost at the same time, Du Xiaoyao also stopped and used her powerful primordial spirit to spy on the outside world. Both of them had discovered something unusual. Let's go down and take a look. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed slightly as he said to Du Xiaoyao. As their voices fell, the two of them also rushed out of the space tunnel and appeared in a vast mountain range. This was an incomparably vast place. Countless mountain ranges rose up and down. Looking from the sky, it was extremely spectacular. In this mountain range, there were countless towering trees rooted in it. As if they had survived from ancient times, each of them was extremely thick and tall, like a primitive forest. In this forest, there were many powerful demon beasts walking through it, and there were also a large number of spiritual herbs. Spiritual qi filled every corner, making it much easier for people to breathe. However, to the current Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, spiritual herbs were not very attractive to them. Only sacred herbs could arouse their interest. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao landed, and waves of ancient and vicissitudes of life rushed towards them. However, what was different from ordinary forests was that there were strange fluctuations in the space here. If it was an ordinary expert here, it would be very difficult for them to notice this. However, Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao were not ordinary people. One of them had the primordial spirit of a red-bone horse monkey, while the other had the body of a red-bone horse monkey. In the eyes of other experts, those extremely powerful talisman arrays could not stop them, not to mention some of the spatial fluctuations here. They could not escape the perception of their powerful primordial spirit. This must be the entrance to the demon realm. Du Xiaofu's body crossed and entered the mountain range. He stood at the top of a towering tree and said. Just a few dozen miles in front of him, there was a place where there seemed to be imperceptible wrinkles in the space. Occasionally, there would be waves of ripples spreading out. However, if one did not observe carefully, they would not be able to notice such movements. Needless to say, behind the distorted space, it was very likely that there was another place. According to what Flamespark said, There was a great possibility that it was the entrance to the demon realm. Let's go, I can't wait any longer. Du Xiaoyao did not care about what Du Xiaofu was thinking and directly rushed over. The demon realm was different from other places. Places that could give birth to spiritual intelligence were definitely treasures. One could imagine that in an existence where all living things were formed by all things, there must be many strange places where one could obtain many opportunities. This guy is really a scourge. It seems that the demon realm is going to suffer. Du Xiaofu cursed softly and chased after him with a smile. He was also curious about what kind of place the demon realm was. Since it was able to form a space of its own and produce so many demon spirits, it was easy to imagine how extraordinary it was. The two of them, one in front and one behind, flew above a huge tree. Their bodies bloomed with an intense light that was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 2568. A ferocious aura swept across the area, like a strong gust of wind blowing through the treetops and branches. Two rays of golden light bloomed in the sky, like two large suns hanging in the sky. The golden light that filled the sky sprinkled down, dyeing the nearby ancient forest a golden color. A vast pressure emanated from Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. The nearby monsters all prostrated themselves on the ground, roaring and kowtowing in their direction, feeling uneasy. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, one used the redbone horse monkey primordial spirit, and the other revealed her true body. One in front and one behind, they plunged into the area where the spatial ripples were located. A huge resistance came, creating a strong sense of rejection for the two. The pressure was like a tidal wave, as if it wanted to slap them away and stop their movements. But to these two, this kind of power was not enough to stop them. After the two giant redbone horse monkeys each let out an earth-shaking roar, the spatial ripples emitted a violent wave. Then, the golden light that filled the sky suddenly disappeared, and the two figures disappeared. In this ancient forest, it was as if no one had ever appeared. The entire mountain range also regained its silence. All the demonic beasts looked around in fear and trepidation. Then, they spread their legs and fled into the distance in panic. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao broke through the spatial barrier, and their figures appeared in a space that was very different from the outside world. Is this the demon realm? The spiritual energy here is so dense. Du Xiaoyao said as she sniffed. When the two of them stepped into this place, they felt as if the spiritual energy had materialized and rushed towards them. On their bodies, it was as if every pore was about to open, breathing happily. Even the Xian Qi in their god's watchtower was circulating faster than usual. This kind of density was much denser than any other space they had been to before. The three continents are Kyushu realm, and the Kyushu realm can be considered a whole world. The other 5 places can be considered independent spaces. Since this place is called the demon realm, there must be something special about it. And to be able to make all living things develop intelligence, it must rely on the support of abnormally dense spiritual energy. Therefore, it's reasonable that the demon realm is blessed by the heavens. Du Xiaofu said with narrowed eyes. There weren't many demon spirits that he had truly come into contact with. Although he had killed quite a few in the past, those were all considered weak existences. The ones he was most familiar with were Violet Lotus Fairy and Rainbow Moon. What a great place! There must be treasures here. Du Xiaoyao's eyes glowed with a green light, and the power of her primordial spirit spread out in all directions. For such a unique world to be able to produce such a large number of demon spirits, there was no need to think about it. There must be an incredible treasure hidden within. Don't just think about treasures. Our purpose here is to draw the demon realm to our side to fight against the demon god. I also don't know which forces the demon spirits here belong to, and who I should look for. Du Xiaofu said, but he was worried. If the forces of the demon realm were too complex, it would be a situation of 8 forces competing for hegemony, then it would not be easy for him to achieve his goal. If he were to subdue them one by one, it would take too much time. And if the entire demon realm was unified, then he only needed to persuade the highest authority, and he could easily achieve the result he wanted. Let's go. Let's see what kind of place this is. I hope the situation isn't too complicated. Du Xiaofu rushed out and quickly swept into the distance. Du Xiaoyao's face also became serious, as if she felt Du Xiaofu's mood and began to treat it seriously. Hey boss, there are some demon spirits ahead. In the process of moving forward, Du Xiaoyao's eyes turned and said to Du Xiaofu, "Oh, their cultivation doesn't seem to be too strong. Let's go take a look and inquire about the situation here." Du Xiaofu also discovered that there was a vast and messy mountain forest not far away. In the mountain forest, weeds and shrubs were overgrown, and it was incomparably messy. At the same time, there was a strange fluctuation, which was the aura of living creatures. This aura was different from the aura of humans and beasts, and it had a natural charm. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao could sense that there were many giant trees and shrubs growing there. But the fluctuations that they emitted made it easy for the two of them to determine that these were demon spirits. There were both tree demons and vine spirits, and they existed in their original forms. Based on the aura, they knew that the cultivation of these demon spirits was not high. The most powerful one was equivalent to a human martial emperor. Among the demon spirits, they should be called demon emperors. With this kind of cultivation, they could already transform into a human. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao flew down and entered the forest. Hey! Someone's coming. The tree demons and vine spirits were slightly surprised by the arrival of Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, and their soul power fluctuated. "Young man, which demon spirit are you from? What are you here for?" A hoarse voice came from a tree about 10 feet thick, and it spoke human language to Du Xiaofu. "Everyone, I'm from the outside world, and I'm just passing by. I have no intention of disturbing you, and I just want to inquire about some things." Du Xiaofu cupped his hands towards the surroundings and said. He and Du Xiaoyao both retracted their auras, not wanting to make these demon spirits feel fear. The purpose of his visit was to find out the situation of the forces in the demon realm, and he did not want to waste any time here. He wouldn't have any enmity towards these weak demon spirits. However, Du Xiaofu's words caused many of the trees and shrubs in the surroundings to shake violently. Exclamations of surprise sounded, and it was obvious that they were shocked. "From the outside world? You're not a demon spirit?" The branches and leaves of the tree that spoke earlier shook violently, and then the whole earth shook with a rumble. Then, a burst of green light flashed, and the tree disappeared from where it was. An old man with shriveled skin appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. There was no white hair on his head, but green leaves. There were lines on his neck, like a circle of bark wrapped around it. "That's right, I'm from the human race. I came to the demon realm with no hostility. I just want to inquire about the situation here. Please tell me." Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in front of him and said, "Human race? You're actually from the human race. How could a human enter our demon realm?" The old man's expression was a little shocked, and he looked at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao in disbelief. He had lived for many years, so he naturally knew the uniqueness of the demon realm. Generally speaking, it was impossible for a human to enter the demon realm. Even the demon realm experts couldn't break through the space barrier outside. Unless a demon saint expert made a move, then they could freely travel through there. But these two young men in front of him actually said that they were from the outside world. Then wouldn't their cultivation be quite terrifying? Chapter 2569. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. The old man was shocked by the strength of Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. To be able to break through the outer space barrier of the demon realm meant that their strength was no less than that of a demon saint. It was no wonder that they were able to detect the existence of these people. In this entire ancient forest, there were countless trees and shrubs, but there were only a handful of demon spirits. If someone of ordinary cultivation came in, they would not be able to tell that they had gained spiritual intelligence. Sirs, what do you want to know? As long as this old man knows, I will tell you everything. The old man cupped his hands and bowed to Du Xiaofu, his tone becoming much more polite. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "This is our first time here. I wonder if you can tell us where the strongest forces in the demon realm are, and where they are located? Please lead the way. I would like to pay them a visit." The old man was stunned when he heard this. It seemed that he found it difficult to speak, as if he had some concerns. The moment this young man opened his mouth, he said that he wanted to pay a visit to the strongest people in the demon realm. This shocked him. How strong must the two people standing in front of him be to dare to say such a thing? However, this kind of shock only lasted for a short moment. The green leaf on top of the old man's head shook as he adjusted his emotions and said, "The demon realm is vast. This old man's strength is weak and I don't know how big it is. I don't know much about those high and mighty experts. I only know that almost all the demon spirits in the demon realm are under the control of the Demon Saint Temple, and the Demon Saint Temple is in the ancestral Demon Mountain." Demon Saint Temple? Ancestral Demon Mountain? Du Xiaofu silently repeated these two names and did not say anything. His gaze was still fixed on the old man, waiting for him to continue. "I heard that the two strongest ancestors in the Demon Saint Temple are called the Heavenly Demon Ancestor and the Earth Demon Ancestor. Their cultivation is heavenly. It is said that they have already reached the peak of this realm. Everyone in the demon realm knows of the names of these two. Of course, the exact height of that realm is not something that a mere demon emperor like me can understand." The old man looked up at the sky and sighed. There was a look of longing on his aged face. "Heaven Demon Old Ancestor, Earth Demon Old Ancestor," Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. After exchanging a glance with Du Xiaoyao, he asked again, "Do you know what the true forms of the Heaven Demon Ancestor and the Earth Demon Ancestor are?" "I don't know. I've only heard that the sacred demon palace has always been managed by the Earth Demon Old Ancestor. As for the Sky Demon Old Ancestor, it seems that he hasn't appeared for many years. It seems that he has been alive for much longer than this old man." The old man said. Du Xiaofu nodded, not doubting the old man's words. With his strength in the Demon Emperor realm, there were many things that he could not pry into. As for the Heaven Demon Ancestor and the Earth Demon Ancestor, he would know once he saw them. He thought for a moment and asked the old man, "Where is the ancestral demon mountain? How can we get there?" "I don't know the exact location of the ancestral demon mountain, but I know its approximate location. From here to the northwest, it's at least hundreds of thousands of miles away. The demon spirits that you can meet along the way will become more and more powerful. It shouldn't be difficult for you to find out more about it when the time comes." The old man bowed to Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. "Hundreds of thousands of miles away. It's really quite far." Du Xiaoyao smacked her lips and said. However, he didn't care too much. With his and Du Xiaofu's strength, it wouldn't take too long to cross such a distance. Du Xiaofu lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then asked, "Old man, in the demon realm, besides the sacred demon palace, are there any other forces that are on par with it?" According to what the old man had said, it seemed that the sacred demon palace was the strongest force. If that was the case, then the process of his trip would be much simpler. As long as he found the Heaven Demon Ancestor and persuaded them, it was equivalent to persuading the entire demon realm. This was what Du Xiaofu wanted to see the most. The old man licked his dry lips and said to Du Xiaofu, "My lord, although the sacred demon palace is the strongest force in the demon realm, it is not without opponents. As far as I know, there is a man named Black Water Monarch who occupies the Black Water River, which is millions of miles south of the sacred demon palace. He has always been against the sacred demon palace. However, the overall strength of the Black Water River should be much worse than that of the sacred demon palace. It is just occupying a corner of the Black Water River. It is difficult for the sacred demon palace to destroy it. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu understood. Such a situation did not make Du Xiaofu feel worried or anything like that. According to the old man's words, the sacred demon palace almost unified the entire demon realm. No matter how strong the Black Water River was, they could only rely on dangerous places to deal with the sacred demon palace, but they did not have the ability to be tough. Of course, this Black Water monarch was not a simple person. The heavenly demon ancestor of the Holy Demon Temple had not appeared for many years, but he could rely on the Black Water River and the heavenly demon ancestor to lead the entire Holy Demon Temple, which could be regarded as the enemy of half of the demon world. Just from this courage alone, it could be seen that he was not an easy person to deal with. "Boss, do you think we should help the sacred demon palace deal with the Black Water River, or help the Black Water River deal with the sacred demon palace?" Du Xiaoyao's eyes flashed as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said. His meaning was very simple. If they helped one side and took down the other side, then they would have a bargaining chip. At that time, the entire demon realm would be truly unified. If they wanted to win them over to fight against the devil religion, there would be less resistance. We'll talk about it later. Let's go in the direction of the sacred demon palace first. Du Xiaofu said, then clasped his fist to the old man and said, "Thank you for telling us this. We won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Take care." The old man bowed to send them off. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao's figures slowly faded in the void, and then disappeared from the mountain forest in the blink of an eye. The old man just stood there as he watched the scene unfold. After a long time, when he was sure that the purple-robed and golden-robed young man had really left, the old man finally turned his gaze to a fine-leaved vine not far away and said, "Ting Nine, quickly go to Qinshan City and report what happened here today to the city lord. These two young people from the outside world are really not simple. The demon realm has been peaceful for too long. I hope that their arrival will not cause a big disturbance." Chapter 2570. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao traveled in the direction that the old man had told them, heading towards the sacred demon palace. More than a day had passed, which was the evening of the second day they had entered the demon realm. They had already traveled quite a distance. It was also at this moment that the two of them stopped at the same time and emerged from the void tunnel, hovering in the void. This was because, not far in front of the two of them, there was a rather majestic city standing quietly in their line of sight. Who would have thought that the demon spirits of the demon realm would actually build a city like humans? Du Xiaofu looked at the huge city gate and was secretly surprised. The thick city wall looked like a complete piece of huge rock. The wall was smooth and there were no gaps at all. A huge doorway had been hollowed out, hundreds of feet high, allowing people to enter and exit. At this moment, there were many living creatures entering and exiting in an endless stream. These living creatures had all sorts of strange appearances. Some had roots on the soles of their feet, some had spikes on their arms, and some had pitch-black stones on their foreheads. One could tell at a glance that these living creatures were all demon spirit. After transforming into human form, they still retained a part of their original appearance. "Boss, let's go take a look. Maybe there's something good in the cities of the demon realm." Du Xiaoyao's eyes glowed with a golden light as she looked hopefully at Du Xiaofu and said, "Let's go take a look. We can also find out if the information we received earlier is accurate." Du Xiaofu nodded and said with a smile. He knew Du Xiaoyao's personality very well. She was extremely passionate about treasures and the like. It was not easy to come across a demon spirit city. If he did not go in and take a look around, he would not give up. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also had other considerations. The old man transformed from the huge tree was indeed a little weak in terms of cultivation. The accuracy of the information he provided was difficult to determine. Why not make some more inquiries in this city? After Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he took the lead and headed towards the city gate. Seeing this, Du Xiaoyao followed closely behind. The two of them landed in front of the city gate and walked on foot. One demon spirit after another brushed past them. Their arrival did not attract much attention. Du Xiaoyao, who had jumped out of the rock, was originally a demon spirit. After Du Xiaofu concealed his aura, no one could tell that he was a human. Spirit Spring. Sell the Spirit Spring we found in the Luo Duan Mountains for cheap. Brother, I'm selling high-grade spirit herbs. Come and take a look. I'm here to take a look. As soon as Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao walked into the city, they felt as if they had walked into a human market. The roadside was crowded with stalls, and there were also some high-end shops on the side of the street. All kinds of hawking sounds could be heard. At the same time, there were also many demon spirits coming and going. They stopped at various places to look, and when they found something suitable, they would exchange it with corresponding items. Is this really the demon realm? Du Xiaoyao said in a daze. The scene here seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. It is indeed a little unexpected. However, there are really good things here, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. He looked at the items on the side of the street one by one and realized that some of them were really extraordinary. If it was for a human of the martial field or below, it would be of great use to them. However, to the two of them, it was clearly not enough. Du Xiaofu looked for a while, and felt a little disinterested. He slowly retracted his gaze. However, when his gaze inadvertently swept past the end of the street, his eyelids suddenly twitched. Du Xiaofu exclaimed and looked at the deepest part of the street. There sat an old man with unkempt hair and a dirty face. Different from most people, this old man's arms looked like they were woven out of thin vines. At a glance, one could tell that his body was a green vine. However, what interested Du Xiaofu was not the old man himself, but an item on the ground in front of him. It was a stone, the size of a washbasin. It was black and looked like a lump of coal. At first glance, it looked very ordinary. It was also because of this that no one stopped in front of the old man's stall. All of the demon spirits took a quick glance and walked away without a care in the world. Looking at the stone, Du Xiaofu's heart could not help but start to beat violently. I didn't expect that I would actually encounter this thing here. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he quickly walked towards the old man. Boss, are you stupid? That's just a broken stone. At most, it's a material that can be used to refine trash spirit artifacts. What's there to look at? Du Xiaoyao did not understand. Seeing Du Xiaofu's unusually excited expression, he could not help but shout. Du Xiaofu ignored him and walked in front of the old man, grabbing the stone in his hand. But before he had the time to carefully examine it, an extremely arrogant voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. Old fart, I want this broken stone. Name a price. Du Xiaofu turned around and saw a short young man walking to his side. This young man's human form was very normal. His eyes, ears, hands, and feet were all the same as a human's. The only thing that could show the characteristics of his original body was the hair that was made of willow branches. However, that face had a protruding mouth and monkey cheek. It was extremely wretched. Coupled with his arrogant expression, it made people feel an indescribable disgust. As the young man spoke, a small hand reached out and directly grabbed the stone in Du Xiaofu's hand. It was obvious that he had forcefully snatched it away. You want to snatch something from me? Don't you know the rule of first come, first served? Du Xiaofu's right arm shook slightly and easily dodged the young man's palm. He saw through the young man's strength and body at a glance. It was just a willow tree at the demon venerable realm. This kind of cultivation might be enough to dominate a region. With the young man's age, he must be a direct disciple of some large force. However, Du Xiaofu did not need to pay attention to this at all. Today, he was determined to obtain this unprepossessing stone. This was because when he saw the stone, he felt a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar aura. Others might not be able to see it, but Du Xiaofu felt it immediately. It carried a trace of the aura of the spiritual thunder. It was extremely difficult to detect. Even Du Xiaoyao thought it was an ordinary stone. Yes, it was the aura of a spiritual thunder that he had never seen before. It was very likely that the place where this stone came from was the place where the spiritual thunder was. He now had 7 spiritual thunders in his body. He was more sensitive to such aura than anyone else. If not, he would not have been able to discover the extraordinariness of this stone at a glance. Chapter 2571. Du Xiaofu's words made the willow-haired young man's face darken. The old man sitting on the ground had been happy that someone had finally taken a fancy to his stone, but in the blink of an eye, a dispute had broken out. He agreed with what the purple-robed young man had said, but just as he was about to chime in, he saw the willow-haired young man's face clearly. In a split second, his expression became aghast, and he swallowed his words back into his stomach. He could only open his mouth, unable to say a single word. "Kid, don't you know what kind of place this Jade Willow City is? How dare you talk to me about the rules of first come, first served?" The willow-haired young man glared at Du Xiaofu and said coldly. His nostrils were in the air, as if they could grow to his forehead, and he had an arrogant look on his face. These words made Du Xiaofu raise his eyebrows involuntarily. Needless to say, this young man must be another rich second generation. Relying on his family's influence and his own strength, he was used to being bossy and domineering in front of outsiders. Du Xiaofu was not in the mood to reason with such a person. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, he would just directly teach him a lesson. However, before he could do anything, Du Xiaoyao on the side exploded first. "What the fuck are you? How dare you hoot in front of me?" As Du Xiaoyao spoke, he leaped forward and moved extremely quickly, directly lifting the willow-haired young man up by his collar. Then, before the young man could react, he waved his arm and threw him out fiercely. After a loud rumble, rocks flew into the air, smoke and dust rose everywhere. A human-shaped hole appeared on the city wall in the distance, penetrating from the inside out. However, the city wall did not collapse, and there were not even cracks on the wall. It could be seen that Du Xiaoyao's control of his force had reached a marvelous level. This scene shocked everyone on the street, and the old man on the side was no exception. However, only Du Xiaofu knew that Du Xiaoyao had already been extremely merciful. If he was willing, with that young man's cultivation, little demon Du could easily crush him to death with a single finger. Some people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They're really tired of living. Du Xiaoyao curled her thin lips and muttered. Her eyes did not even look in that direction. Du Xiaofu smiled, not minding these things. He turned to look at the old man formed from the green vine, tossed the stone in his hand and asked, "May I know what elder wants to exchange it for?" "My lord. This old man wants to exchange for spiritual herbs that can help him break through." Because of Du Xiaoyao's overbearing attack, the old man spoke cautiously, but his eyes were filled with hope when he looked at Du Xiaofu. He had been waiting here for a long time, and no one had shown any interest in this stone. However, this young man had taken a fancy to it, which meant that he must be very interested in it. Spirit herbs for breaking through? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows again and said with slight surprise, "Is this stone worth this price?" He could see that this old man had reached the exceptional realm of the demon royal realm. If he broke through again, he would reach the demon venerable realm. A spiritual herb for breaking through to the demon venerable realm was already extremely extraordinary. As Du Xiaoyao had said before, this black stone could only be used to refine a mediocre spiritual weapon at most. Compared to the spiritual herb that the old man needed, it was on a completely different level. If Du Xiaofu had not sensed a faint aura of spiritual thunder, he would not have been interested in it at all. This old man seemed to be asking for an exorbitant price. "My lord, this old man also has a piece of information that may be worth this price." Seeing Du Xiaofu's expression, the old man hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Oh? What kind of information?" Du Xiaofu was even more interested. He guessed that the information that the old man knew was probably related to the eighth spiritual thunder. If that was the case, not to mention a spiritual herb for breaking through to the martial venerable realm, even a sacred herb would be worth it. This stone came from the Een Mountain, a secret place that was left behind from the ancient times. This old man brought this stone out from there. I heard that a mysterious item will be born there, but, as the old man spoke, his face turned red and he looked a little embarrassed. "But what?" Du Xiaofu asked hurriedly. The mysterious item that was about to be born was most likely a spiritual thunder. But many strong people have already rushed over. With my strength, I could not obtain such an opportunity, so I could only return here, the old man said. Du Xiaofu nodded and expressed his understanding. This old man's information was probably outdated. No wonder he looked so embarrassed. The 36 spiritual thunders were formed when the ancestors of the Du family fell. Every one of them was extraordinary, so it was reasonable that it attracted many strong people. However, the spiritual thunder was very important to Du Xiaofu. No matter what the situation was, he had to make a trip there. Du Xiaofu did not hesitate and directly took out a sacred herb from his cosmos bag. He held it in front of the old man and said, "This is a sacred herb. Not to mention helping you break through to the martial venerable realm, it is not impossible for you to reach the nirvana realm. But if you want it, you have to bring us to the Een Mountain." "I am willing." When the old man saw this, he was very happy and nodded continuously, as if he was afraid that Du Xiaofu would go back on his word. "Then let's go now," Du Xiaofu said and handed the sacred herb in his hand to the old man. As he spoke, he sent a message to Du Xiaoyao, telling him that this might be related to the spiritual thunder. Du Xiaoyao instantly understood the importance of this matter, and he nodded in agreement. However, they just turned around and were about to traverse space and leave when they noticed a large group of people rushing aggressively towards them. There were around 30 people in this group, and they were led by a middle-aged man with firm skin. The young man that Du Xiaoyao had smashed away earlier was amongst them. At this moment, the young man was holding his chest and limping. Obviously, he'd suffered quite a heavy injury. Obviously, after beating up the young one, the old one had come. He was here to get back at them. However, the middle-aged man in the lead was not weak at all. He'd actually attained the peak of the intermediate stage of the Saint Demon realm, and he was only a step away from the advanced stage. Another willow demon. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly. Just like the young man, the middle-aged man's hair was like willow branches as well. The old man's entire body trembled violently when he saw these people arrive, and he wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. My lord, let's leave quickly. Otherwise it'll be too late." The old man spoke hastily and pulled on Du Xiaofu's sleeve with all his strength. "Senior, there's no need to be nervous." Du Xiaofu gave him a smiling gaze to indicate that he didn't need to worry. "Isn't it good to live a good life? Why did you have to court death?" Du Xiaoyao's eyes were suffused with a golden glow as he spoke in a ghastly voice. Chapter 2572. "Old Senior, do you know where those people are from?" Du Xiaofu turned around and asked the old man. Although he could see through the person's true form, he knew nothing about the forces in the demon realm. He had no idea about the identities of these people, and this old man saw that those people were in a state of panic, so he must be familiar with them. "Sir, that middle-aged man is the city lord of Jade Willow City, and that young man is his son. The father and son have always been domineering, and no one dares to provoke them." The old man adjusted his panicked emotions and said to Du Xiaofu through telepathy, "The city lord of Jade Willow City is also an overlord. How can he be so arrogant? How can he have no spirit at all?" Du Xiaofu looked at the middle-aged man, and he couldn't help but look down on him. The old man continued, "Sir, you don't know, but the city lord of Jade Willow City originally had the status of an elder of the sacred demon palace, and his status was not low. But hundreds of years ago, his brother betrayed the sacred demon palace and joined the Lord of Blackwater, becoming his #1 military advisor. The city lord of Jade Willow City was implicated because of this and was exiled to this corner of Jade Willow City. He lost his core position and was cursed and despised by countless demon spirits. But because his strength is very strong, and it is said that he is close to the late stage of the sacred demon realm, no one can really strip him of all his power. Here, no one can do anything to them. It actually has something to do with the Lord of Blackwater." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, and he understood. Presumably, the city lord of Jade Willow City was exiled because he was questioned, and he had nowhere to vent his resentment, so he lost his mind a little. However, the Lord of Blackwater was indeed a figure. He could stand up to the sacred demon palace as an equal, so he was definitely not a simple person. The #1 military advisor under him was definitely someone with extraordinary wisdom. While the two were talking, the 30 figures had already descended from the sky and surrounded Du Xiaofu and the other two. This situation made the old man even more uneasy. "Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in Jade Willow City?" The middle-aged man, who was the city lord of Jade Willow City, glared at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao one after another, and said in a deep voice, "What? Do you want to settle the score with me? In this world, there is no place that I dare not behave atrociously." Du Xiaoyao took a step forward and glanced at the young man, as if he didn't care. This sentence was arrogant, but it was the truth. He had always been the one robbing others. How many people dared to provoke him? With his current strength, he could be considered a peak existence in this world. Why would he be afraid of a saint demon intermediate stage cultivator? Hearing Du Xiaoyao's words, anger surged onto the middle-aged man's face. "In Jade Willow, in Jade Willow Willow, in Jade Willowine, you are how is deaf?" The middle-aged man was furious, and he couldn't help but shout at Du Xiaoyao. However, this time, Du Xiaoyao didn't answer him. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the willow-haired young man, saying arrogantly, "I didn't kill you. That's my mercy. How dare you come to me again? Kid, don't you think you are too arrogant?" The city lord of Jade Willow City responded. His voice became even more gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, a strange aura rose from his body, which was very different from that of humans and monsters. On his forehead, willow branches pierced through the void. With an inexplicably domineering aura, they directly wrapped around Du Xiaoyao. With just a word of disagreement, they immediately attacked. Murderous intent filled the area, strong and fierce. "Is that so? Then I'll show you what real arrogance is." Roar. As soon as Du Xiaoyao finished speaking, he let out an earth-shaking roar from his throat, causing the entire city to shake along with him. In a split second, an incomparably terrifying pressure crushed down on the middle-aged man and the 30-odd figures behind him. Afterwards, boundless golden light blossomed, piercing their eyes and souls. Within the golden light, a huge figure sat cross-legged. It stretched across the void, basically occupying everyone's field of vision. A figure like this was like the appearance of a terrifying lord from the ancient times. Apart from Du Xiaofu and the old man from the green vine, everyone present immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Under such pressure, the willow branches that shot out from the back of the middle-aged man's head stopped in the blink of an eye. Very soon, the willow branches rapidly withered, as if they had been drained of their essence. They became dispirited and listless, shooting back one by one. The middle-aged man fell on his bottom, looking at Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse-monkey form in fear. The pair of eyes no longer had the gloominess and domineering aura from before. As perfected sacred demon realm. The body of a red-bone horse-monkey. the middle-aged man murmured. Only now did he know what kind of person he had provoked. Not only did the golden-robed youth have the body of a red-bone horse-monkey, but he was also a perfected sacred demon realm cultivator. This made him feel extremely hopeless. Even in the entire demon realm, such strength could be counted on one's fingers. Even in the sacred demon palace, there were not many who were stronger than him. Where did this red-bone horse-monkey demon spirit come from? Why have I never heard of it before? Didn't you think I was arrogant? Today, I'll show you how arrogant I am. Du Xiaoyao's grand voice rang out. A palm of golden light was raised into the air, and then it directly slapped down fiercely. Even the void was shaken to the point of rumbling. Such a palm stirred up ripples in the void. Wherever it passed, large cracks appeared in the surroundings. The group of people collapsed on the ground in fear, unable to resist at all. They were all filled with regret. They shouldn't have provoked such a terrifying expert. But now it was too late. Once this palm landed, no one would be able to survive. Forget it. We still have important things to do. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, a faint voice rang out. Immediately after, the enormous red-bone horse-ape paused in midair and stopped. Even so, the unparalleled energy that it carried still came down from the sky. The vast energy was like a tidal wave, violently crashing into the bodies of the 30 people below. Pft, pft, pft. Mouthfuls of blood were spat out. Their organs were greatly shaken, as if they had been crushed into minced meat. Even the middle-aged sacred demon realm middle-aged man felt his body being squeezed, and he was severely injured. When the energy ripples in the sky dissipated, the streets returned to normal. However, everyone noticed that the 3 figures who were standing there earlier had already vanished. Chapter 2573. Faint moonlight shone on an endless mountain range, giving off a sense of tranquility. Ancient trees rose from the ground, standing in rows on the mountain range, as if they had existed since time immemorial. Whoosh, under the moonlight, a ripple appeared in the air above the mountain range, followed by a burst of light. 3 figures walked out from the crack in the void, standing in the air. Among the 3, 2 were young men, respectively dressed in purple robes and gold robes. The third was an old man. His arms were exposed, as if they were formed from vines. These 3 were naturally Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Elder Green Vine, who had rushed to Een Mountain from Jade Willow City. The demon realm is indeed different. I can't even hear the roars of demon beasts in this mountain range. It's terrifyingly quiet. Du Xiaofu looked around and murmured. Walking out from the void tunnel, he could sense the quiet atmosphere here. If it were in the mountains outside, with the power of his soul, he would definitely be able to detect the traces of the various beast clans. But here, there were only waves of aura unique to the demon realm rushing over, carrying the charm of nature, making people feel refreshed. It had to be said that this demon realm was truly like a pure land. This should be Een Mountain, right? Du Xiaoyao's eyes were clear as she glanced at Elder Green Vine and asked. Sir, that's right. It's here. Elder Green Vine bowed and replied to Du Xiaoyao. There should be many demon spirits here. Why can't I find any traces of anyone? Du Xiaofu asked. He did not discover the existence of any demon spirits with his perception. Logically speaking, the appearance of a bolt of spirit lightning would definitely attract many experts to investigate and try to obtain it. There should be various forces gathering in this mountain range. It should not be so quiet. Old Senior, where did you obtain this stone? Du Xiaofu asked. The black stone appeared in his hand again. Sir, there's a secret place left behind from ancient times here. It's in another vast space. Presumably, those experts who came for that mysterious item should have all entered that space. Elder Green Vine said. Du Xiaofu nodded when he heard this. Every bolt of spiritual thunder was extraordinary, so it was reasonable that it could create a special space. The black stone in his hand was an ordinary item. The reason why it had the residual spirit lightning's aura was probably because it had been affected by the spirit lightning for a long time. It went from a mountain rock to a material that could be used to refine spirit artifacts. One could imagine that that bolt of spirit lightning was definitely extraordinary. That, according to Du Xiaofu's, was the spirit lightning's was because the special environment the spirit lightning's was the spirit lightning was it was the spirit lightning was the spirit lightning was the spirit lightning spirit realm was that spirit lightning was the spirit lightning was stronger. Let's hurry over and take a look. It wouldn't be good if someone beat us to it, Du Xiaofu said to the old man, indicating that he should quickly lead the way. Yes, sir. With that, Elder Green Vine flew off first. Before long, the three of them appeared at the mouth of a volcano. The rocks on the mountain had become bright red from the scorching heat. They shone with a hazy glow under the faint night sky, forming a beautiful contrast with the moonlight above them. The space was scalding and scorching. Even with Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao's cultivations, they felt waves of heat wash over them. Du Xiaofu extended his hand, and a suction force surged out, pulling a bright red piece of volcanic rock into his hand. He observed it and discovered that it was basically the same as the rock he had obtained from the old man. However, it had not reached the level of a material for refining artifact. Looks like it's here. Du Xiaofu tossed the rock back to the ground before turning around and leaping into the mouth of the volcano. Du Xiaoyao did not waste any time either, charging into the volcano with him. Big, Elder Green Vine called out as he extended his hand into the air. He was at a loss as to whether he should follow them or not. Just as he was stuck in a dilemma, Du Xiaofu's rather hazy voice rang out in his ears. Thank you, old senior. You can leave first. The old man immediately let out a sigh of relief when he heard that. Afterwards, he turned around and flew off into the distance, preparing to use the sacred medicine the purple-robed young man had given him to break through. After Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao entered the mouth of the volcano, the scorching feeling became more and more intense. It was like two balls of true fire were burning around them. If it were not for the protection of his profound qi, Du Xiaofu's clothes would have been reduced to ashes in a single moment. The space in the mouth of the volcano twisted and changed shape under the scorching heat. It was like a ball of paper that had been kneaded, becoming wrinkled. At the same time, the space below was isolated by the wrinkles, forming an independent space. The two of them made their way down. Without expending too much effort, they entered another space. This was a world of magma. Who knew how large it was, just like a huge boiler? Bright red magma surged beneath their feet, giving off waves of heat. The surrounding cliffs were bright red as well. They were transparent like cooked iron, without any impurities at all. There really are quite a lot of people here. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the surroundings. He discovered the existence of many living beings. There were around 100 of them, and all of them were at mid-saint realm or above. The 100 or so people were basically split into two factions. There were also a few people who were alone. They seemed to be independent cultivators. As expected, these living beings were all powerful demons. They had all gathered here. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao's arrival obviously attracted everyone's attention. Many people looked over. More people have come. Which demon race are they from? Why haven't I seen them before? The two of them are in perfect human form. I can't see their original forms at all. I actually can't see through their auras at all. Just where are they from? Du Xiaofu ignored the gazes and discussions of the crowd as he descended. However, there were quite a number of demons that piqued his interest. First, there were two elders. One of them had snow-white hair and the other had fiery red hair. One was short and fat while the other was tall and thin. Their auras were cold and hot. When the two of them stood together, they seemed to be polar opposite. However, at the same time, they were dependent on each other. Du Xiaofu was surprised to see the two old men. They were both at the perfect saint demon realm. The second one that piqued Du Xiaofu's interest was a beautiful woman who looked to be around 12 years old. She was wearing a colorful robe that clung tightly to her body, outlining her graceful and alluring curves. 2 large snow-white lumps were exposed at her chest area. It was very attractive. Her lower back was also perked up, and was especially round and smooth. The woman stood in the air. She was as ethereal as the clouds and had a divine aura. Similarly, this woman's cultivation was at perfected saint-demon realm.